Before I open the hearing for the Barnstable Conservation Commission, I would like to ask Angela to do a roll call for the quorum purpose.
Foster.
Present.
Hearn.
Present.
Koshulik.
Present.
Lee.
Present.
Sampu.
Present.
Tangney present. Administrator Ed Hoops.
Present.
Staff member Ken Kavanaugh.
Present.
And John Abadili, have you been able to tune in? All right, we have a quorum,
Not
Mr.
yet.
Chair.
Not yet, John.
Okay.
Acting under the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and or Chapter 237 of the Code of Town of Barnstable, the Barnstable Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, April the 1st, 2025, at 6:30 p.m. for the applications of London and Marina Jail Liver, Robert G. and Catherine A. Roach, Trustee, RK Realty Trust, Jane Turnbull, Senator L. Maria Ziffs War, Town of Barnstable, Department of Public Work. The hearing is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government's Access Channel. The plans and application are on file and may be reviewed by scheduling appointments by sending email requests to @hoops at 230 South Street, Hyannis. In accordance with the Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20, please let the chair know if anyone is recording this meeting. Hearing none. This evening's hearing agenda is posted on the town's website. On the agenda, next to each application is the amount owed to the Town of Barnstable for the cost of advertisement. Please send your checks to the Conservation Division at 230 South Street before the hearing. Remote participations. The Conservation Commission's public hearing will be held by remote participation as a result of an act extending certain COVID-19 measure adopted during the state of emergency cited by the governor on March 28, 2025, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law. Remote public access to this hearing shall be provided in the following manner. 1, the hearing will be televised by Xfinity Channel 8 or High Definition Channel 1072. It may also be accessed via Town of Barnstable's Government's Access Channel. 2, the real-time public comment can be addressed to the Conservation Commission utilizing the Zoom link 849-16434-8982 or use the toll-free phone number 888-475-4499 as shown on the agenda. The public can also email the comments to edwin.hoops@town.barnstable.ma.us at least 8 hours prior to the hearing. Tonight we have a long agenda. Please keep your comment within our state and within the state and the local Wetland Protection Act's jurisdictions. I will take a 5-minute break after the 5 NOI. That's after the Town of Barnstable DBW projects. Under the old and new business is the commissioner vote on the future format of the meeting. The governor signed the extensions last Friday to extend the remote, allowing the state and the local public bodies to do the public meeting in a remote or hybrid meetings until June 30th, 2027. But for us, the only option is either a remote or in person. Those are the only 2 options for us. So let's hear from the commissioner, or do you want to hear from the public first?
I'd like to hear from the public first.
Oh, John is here.
Yes, sorry about that. I computer trouble.
Yep.
Got you, John. You're all set.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yep. So who want to talk first? The public. I know that Lynn has submitted a 3-page letter. Lynn, you want to speak first?
Yeah, I'm muting myself. Hang on. There we go. There we go. I know you know that I've always felt very strongly about this. And this is my 4th letter, which is basically just a compilation, or I've taken sections out of my previous letters. And I hope that you read it, and I don't want to read it to you because I don't think you need me to do that. But this was meant to be a temporary measure in response to COVID. We're way past COVID. I have not seen you people in 5 years. There's board members I haven't even met. It's been 5 years. I think COVID set up like an atmosphere of inaccessibility, and I think that needs to end. Most government agencies have gone back to the way we've done business, which I think is the way one should do business. I think it gives applicants the respect and the consideration that they deserve that you can only get in person. There continues to be some government agencies that you still can't get them to pick up a phone because people aren't there. It just makes me, it kind of makes me sad because I've had a long history with this board and I don't like to see how this is continued. I think that you're doing everybody a disservice. I hope you read my letter. If you have any questions, maybe I would answer them, but I think you know how I feel about this.
Thank you, Lynn. I read your letter. It is in the file as well, too. It was sent out to all the commissioners. So thanks, Lynn. Who else want to speak?
Arlene.
Good evening. I'm another consultant that has a long history with this board and that wishes she was able to meet some of the new commissioners, some not so new, but that haven't been at an in-person meeting in a long time. I think that we really miss a lot of important interaction by not having in-person meetings. And I know as we get older, and perhaps evening eyesight isn't what it used to be, and driving in bad weather is inconvenient, and we don't want to be driving late at night. But even so, I think as Lynn does, that the in-person interaction is really important. And I just wish that there were some way to go back to in-person meetings, or like so many other towns on the Cape, to have hybrid meetings. And I continue to be puzzled at the fact that a town the size of Barnstable, with the number of employees and the number in the IT department, that somehow they can't figure out how to do hybrid meetings when little towns, Sandwich and others, seem to be able to do it just fine. So I wish that the board would buttonhole the councilors and the town manager and push for hybrid meetings. That would help when the weather was really inclement and it was really dangerous for all of us old folks to be driving. But it would allow most of the time to have in-person interaction. Thanks.
Thanks, Arlene. Just to the point, I just want to mention that, IT did not offer that options to us when we are talking about hybrid. That means that if we have to try to do the hybrid, that means the IT wants the conservation divisions to have the manpower to cover part of the coverage, which we don't have enough manpower to do. So that option is not available. And so IT is not offering that options at this point. So until I hear different, but this is, as far as I know at this point, this is the story that I'm hearing. So who else want to speak from the consultants?
This is John O'Day. I would speak for a second if you'd hear me.
Yep. Hi, John.
I'm going to give the other side of the story, as much as I appreciate everything that they're saying. And yes, there is things to be gained by the in-person. I think that some advantages of the not in-person is, I feel like, if the commission asks a very specific question, an exact distance, I have everything at the touch of my fingers on the other side of my desk. I can have every file ever opened about a job or find things. And I feel like it's so much easier to answer questions as opposed to say, well, that piece of paper is at my desk, or that, I think that that's one side of it. I think that, you know, I think that there's a means of efficiency to this for me personally of, we're working 50, 60 hours a week. In the next 3 months, I've got 40 hours on, accreditation schooling hours I have to do on top of that. To be able to be at my desk and kind of tune in and tune out, it just makes life like that so much easier. Selfish, totally selfish. But, I do also think that I have seen more participation by my clients in these years than before. I mean, no one ever came. We never had 19 people at a meeting, especially in January, February, when, 3/4, 90% of this community is gone. I feel like that we're getting input. Is there things that would be better in person? 100%. Would I be supportive of like some of the other boards in towns where we're doing 2 of our meetings Zoom and 1 meeting in person, and then the people who feel like it's super critical to be in person can schedule themselves accordingly. But that's just my take on things.
Thanks, John. Who else want to speak from the commissioner or the public?
What about Charlie?
Where's Charlie? Oh, Charlie, do you want to say anything?
I think that what we heard just now is a good reason to keep from John, a good reason to keep the Zoom meetings going. I think he's right about the owners of these properties. It's much easier for them to attend the meetings. I attend all kinds of meetings, as you know, and I see the efficiency of this meeting as being as good, if not better, than all the meetings that I attend. I understand why people would want the in-person meeting, but I think you've got a good thing going here. And if you want to go in and have in-person meetings, great. But I don't see the remote meeting as being destructive to the content of this committee.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Charlie.
Before we go to the commissioners, could we hear from the staff? They deal with this, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I was wondering if the staff has a view they would like to express in this, because they deal obviously with.
Yeah, John, I just want to make one comment before I go to the staff.
Oh, okay, sir.
Like besides the homeowner, who they usually live seasonal, so that's why they're not here in the winter. A lot of the times we also hear public comment that they're not living here and provide the testimony too in multiple cases that we have the NOI hearing stuff. So I just want to flow out there. So staff, Ed or Kim, you want to say anything first?
Kim, do you want to go first, or I'll kick it off. And so, I mean, the short answer is that a virtual meeting is a much easier meeting for staff. When you are doing an in-person meeting, it's an investment of time. There's an additional investment of time that we have to put into it. We have to have everything ready, nameplates, prepare signature pages. We have to do all of those sorts of things ahead of time to make sure that everything is there and ready to go for when the meeting is underway. So And that way, we do spend a lot more time preparing for an in-person meeting than we do for a virtual meeting. A lot of it is really on Kim, because she's the one that's doing a lot of the clerical procedures that are required for us to get ready for those meetings. So I'll turn it over to Kim to see if she has anything else to add on that one.
Kim, thanks, Ed.
Yep, I agree with everything Ed said. The in-person meetings, there's a lot more preparation for the approvals, if they're signed by all commissioners at the meeting and one of the sheets gets lost, or there's a mistake made, a brand new signature sheet has to go around to every commissioner to sign again. We have to make copies, paper copies, probably about 25 to 30 copies for every meeting when they're in person. There's a lot to bring back and forth to the meeting. And for me, I would prefer to stay in the Zoom meetings. It's a long day to start at 8:30 and not get home till 11 o'clock at night when the Zoom meeting lasts till 10, when the in-person meeting lasts till 10:30.
Kim. Now let me go to the Commissioner Peak.
Yes, thank you. And I will agree that a Zoom meeting is less arduous for everyone, even me with my crappy computer here and poor bandwidth in West Barnstable. But I've been an educator for over 30 years, and I am acutely aware of nonverbal communication. That doesn't happen over Zoom. I look back at my father, Andre Sampou's involvement in all kinds of town events. Again, he's older than he's older than me. He was 25 years older than me. But there's no way he would have the technical understanding or know-how to do a Zoom meeting. My mom can't do it. And so in order to be part of this process, you have to have a certain level of IT cred. And I think a bunch of the people that we used to see at our in-person meetings, they don't have that. You don't get that personal connection with each other here as fellow commissioners. You don't get that personal connection with the applicants. I completely agree, by the way, with Arlene and Lynn. And you don't get any connection with those individuals who are coming to us to express their concerns, opinions, and information. So I strongly think that we should be going back and not going to 2027, continuing in Zoom. I think it's a huge loss in the ability to communicate with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Bill?
Well, I echo what Pete just said. You know, the Concom has been meeting live in person right up until COVID. And yes, things have changed. And I know that there was more, Kim says there's more work involved, but it seems like that was the way it was. And when you end up having the Zoom, you really lose a lot in terms of nonverbal communication. I mean, it's Hollywood Squares, and there's just something about it that just seems disorienting to me. And I know it's efficient, and I know that it works, but it lacks something in terms of the ability to communicate to people. And I know that we've had a number of, if you will, controversial projects. And I can remember for example, the people who were opposed to the wind project, the anti-wind thing that we did on Craigville Beach. Those guys were like really upset that we would not meet in person, that these hearings are on Zoom. And the same thing happened with the first Jenkins blog thing when we were dealing with a really high fence. You know, people were like, why are we doing this? And the people that want to come in and, fill a room and express themselves don't have that opportunity. The same thing happened, I think, with the Collier's Reef. and we've seen breakdowns like the other day. What was it, last week, Tom, where all of a sudden you like disappeared? Ah, he's gone, you know? And it's like, and Pete, we can't see Pete. He's in West Barnstable in the, wherever you are, Pete, however, we can't see you. That's just like kind of weird to me. I mean, that's not a good thing. And tonight we heard John, well, he's having a hard time getting on. It's like, whoa, that would be great evidence that we shouldn't be doing. But you did get in, John. I would say that I'm in favor of a hybrid thing, not necessarily, I mean, if we could do both literally Zoom and the in person simultaneously, but as Tom, you've said over and over, Barnstable doesn't want to, you know, pay for that, the extra staffing to do that. But if we ended up having, you know, like call it 3 or is it 4 months? I don't know, 6 out of, you know, 6 months where, you know, we do a Zoom like during the summer up into late fall, and then the winter have a Zoom. And I want to make a point about the wisdom of that. Being on the Conservation Commission is not easy. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of training. You got to go to MAC school, if you will. And I'm in my, 4th year, and you're forever learning. And, you know, that's a real drain on us. And so therefore, when somebody, you know, how does somebody who's like, I want to say 30 years old, 40 years old working, how can you be on the Concom? It's so much time, you know, you're making site visits, you're doing this and that. And so it seems to fall more on retirees. Now, retirees have a way, some of them go to Florida for 2 or 3 months or what have you. And so therefore trying to keep, and likewise, the applicants, people who have, you know, they're in Florida or North Carolina or wherever the heck they go in the winter. I mean, having that on Zoom helps us keep commissioners on the board and active during the winter. During the summer, heck, if you're gone for 3 months in the summer, get out of here, you know. But in the winter, I can see it, and it's hard because it's for retirees. That's all I've got to say. I'm in favor of continuing. I mean, rather reverting back to well, at least doing a 6 month, 5 month, 7 month thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Angela?
Yeah, I appreciate everybody giving their input. And Lynn and Arlene and Pete, as a science teacher, retired science teacher, I totally understand the need for being in person when I was teaching a class, especially science. And I hated when COVID came and we had to go remote. However, I got to talk from a time perspective of what this job entails, and that this committee meets 3 times a month for sometimes 3 hours. The learning curve for this, I'm a relatively new commissioner, has been rather steep. And that if we go to in person, because I like you all and I'd love to spend more time with you, but from a regulatory point of view and getting the most done we can, online has worked for this. And I got to say that I'm not sure that I will renew after 3 years if I have to be in person 3 times a month for 3 hours, because it's going to be really tough for me to make that. And I've enjoyed, even now that I was asked to be a clerk, but we went 7 months without a commissioner when we lost George. And I'm foreseeing, I don't see a lot of applications or people knocking on beyond this. And I get it, part of it's because it's the commitment to time. And it is my time to drive there and bring everything there 3 times a month. And I have a 90-year-old father that I share responsibility with my dad, and I don't want to make it about me. But if I'm in New Hampshire, I can't be part of this. And if he's here, I can't leave him to take him to be part of this. So I'm already know I'm going to only make 2 meetings a month going forward if we don't go remote. Am I for working it and trying to work it out? Absolutely. But I do feel that with the amount of dated time material that this committee puts through and the learning curve for this, we get so much more done when it's put in these kind of components. I would love to see everybody, but I see you at site visits. Like I ended up seeing John a lot, John O'Day. I really believe that we should meet, and I understand the public needs to have its say and have public forums for this kind of stuff. But when we need to get work done, it still has to be limited. Our time can only go so far. And this committee, as far as I can tell, and I've been on other committees, is spread way too thin that we're not realizing if we all decide to go back in person now, even though it's after COVID, a lot of other things are happening more efficiently the way we do it now. So that is just my opinion of this. I will move forward with whatever we decide to go with, but I needed to say that is going to be a time constraint for myself. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. John or Louise, who want to speak first?
Louise, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, please go.
Oh, all
Louise,
right.
go ahead.
Well, let's see. I don't want this to become a debate. We want to hear what everyone feels and has to say. So, however, I have to respond to something that Bill just said. He was talking about the fact that we don't have younger people on the commission, and that's because they're busy doing other stuff. And it's the retired people that are available, and they're the ones that are populating the commission. Do I have that right, Bill? I don't want to.
Well, yeah, but the point is that it's so much work. I mean, you're going to be spending, like, call it 16 hours a week, 12 anyway.
Right. Yeah.
And then you work and hold down a job. How do you do that?
Right.
That was the point.
Yeah, the point that I wanted to follow up on is that if you do want to get a more diverse commission in terms of age group, career, retired, etc., you certainly don't want to add more time constraints in terms of travel, and you got to get there a little bit early so you don't end up walking in late, et cetera, et cetera. So I would think anything that would streamline the process of being able to serve as a commissioner would do a lot to add diversity to our makeup. That is my thought. I mean, that's the thought that Bill's logic triggered in my mind. I am in favor of Zoom. Yes, it's a convenience, but it is also an enabler. Yes, John had trouble signing in, but you know what? If he hadn't had the option of Zoom, he wouldn't be with us tonight at all. We wouldn't have seen him for many weeks. And I think the same thing is going to be true of Angela when summer comes and she's making her once a month or once every 2 weeks or whatever it is, up to New Hampshire. I had a freak accident 2 weeks ago, and I can't drive a car at the moment because of my foot. And I wouldn't be with you tonight if we didn't have Zoom. So it's a convenience, and it's a nice convenience for sure. But I also think it enables. If you read the press release from Governor Healy that Tom circulated when he told us that the governor had signed, the bill for the next 2 years, she talks a lot about the benefits of Zoom and how it is bringing people into the process who have never been involved at all because they can access it from their living room. And I agree with Pete. There are folks who will not be able to operate their computer in order to join the meeting. On the other hand, there are a lot of people who don't feel comfortable going into town hall when it's dark, or maybe they have never gone to town hall in their lives, but they're really interested because their neighbor has a proposal they want to say something about. So it kind of works both ways. So this is all to say that I am in favor of keeping Zoom going. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Luis. John?
Yeah, again, we've had this conversation multiple times, on the same issue. And I come down to say, I think our greatest responsibility is public transparency, openness to the public. And Lynn, you and I would strongly disagree after I read your letter about public participation. I think, in fact, Zoom clearly enhances and increases public participation in these meetings. You in your letter mentioned that young lady from UMass who was doing it. Well, that was one incident, and that she was able to join. But the fact is that the majority, well, I'm going to be careful, a large part of the applicants that come before the commission, not necessarily the consultants, but the homeowners or abutters, have far greater participation over Zoom than they would by coming to town hall. Bill, I think, some of those controversial ones we handled, the bog, for example, and do you remember when the the golf course was going to be bought out? And
Yeah.
and then there was the one in Kentuit Bay, and the public came out in force on that. And I think that Zoom significantly enhances public participation. Yeah, Pete, there's going to be some that have trouble with Zoom, or, I had trouble signing on tonight for the first time, but made it. I think even being amongst the elderly, Pete, it doesn't take rocket science, and most of them have kids or whatever. Wives seem to be smart that can sign in. So I don't think that's a significant problem, at least in my experience. I also lean very, very heavily on the staff's view on this, Tom. Ed and his people was short one and maybe two people that we can add to it. But the fact is that these guys, and I've seen it a lot with Darcy, where there's Saturdays and Sundays and a tremendous amount of work. And I think that is a significant issue that I think about. So number one is participation of the public. Number two is the impact on staff. Number three, we as commissioners do spend, and Jeff, I strongly suspect you're finding this out as the newest newcomer, that it takes a tremendous amount of time. Site visits, Bill, you go to a bunch of them, as do I, and that takes a lot of time. Going through reading the documents takes a lot of time, even for retired old men like you and I, Kern. So I think from a selfish point of view, there is strong reason to stay on Zoom. However, I don't think that is the overwhelming criteria to be used. I think public participation and I think staff issues are the criteria that I would rely very heavily on. So that's where I'm coming from, Tom.
Thank you, John. Jeff, do you want to say something?
Yes, sir. We had a meet and greet back at Mashpee Commons on February 1 or February 2, and that was a big part of the conversation as to what was going to happen on Friday when the governor made that point of view. Anyways, at the time, I was, I've been in front of boards for 30 to 40 years, and I didn't know any other way, until Zoom and COVID. Anyhow, as I look at it today, there was one gentleman that I nailed it. He actually took the words right out of my mouth, Bill Hearn. I would have to say I'm a hybrid guy. And Bill, I think your last words were 5-7. And, I'm from Nantucket, I've been in Nantucket for a very long time. And there's many, many, many people that, winter in Florida. And in Florida, it's six, to be a resident, a lot of people are residents down there 6 years in one day. So anyways, the 5 and 7 rule would give you a May through October deal, and it's also, you know, John, for somebody such as yourself, gives you, you know, 7 months of Zoom when it's, you know, obviously a little bit more challenging to catch every meeting or most meetings. So, anyways, Bill Hearn, I think you nailed it, you know, on the hybrid aspect of things, and I know you know, that's my viewpoint as well.
Thanks, Jeff. I mean,
Tom, we haven't heard from you.
well, that's what I'm going to say is like, just like today, I am not doing any work from work and basically spend my whole day trying to review the application and prepare myself for this hearing. And normally that's my work day for Tuesdays. No work from work, only for the Concom stuff. That's how I prepare myself for this. So I spend a lot of time preparing, you know, working on this. What Bill said is correct, or Louise said is correct. I mean, you know, when we're trying to get more new people in to join the conservation commissions, once they realize that how much work it is, it's very difficult to get new members to join us. Because, you know, unless, like Bill said, unless you retire, you know, we're not going to get anybody working, you know, daytime and do a part-time jobs in the Concom. It's very tough because we spend so much time, at least, you know, 2.5 days at least a week for me. So I prefer to go into the remote. I understand that, yeah, in-person meeting is a different because we went through that in-person meeting, but we also have to kind of take a look at the public participation and the homeowner participation stuff. So we have to kind of recognize that. As far as some of the consultant, if you have to travel a long distance, we know that, yeah, it's much more efficient on the Zoom. Because right now, I mean, I can look at 2 or 3 screens behind this, you know, the iPad in front of you, the camera-wise. I can look at 2 or 3 different screens and look at things more easily. What do I want to find out? I can quickly do it. So that's more efficient to me as far as the workload goes. So that's my comment. So.
Could I make another comment, Tom?
Yeah, Bill.
We have had this discussion like whatever, 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row. And I want you to know I've been listening to you all, and I think that Louise and John, you have, I hate to say it, convinced me. I mean, the idea, Louise, you turned it around and you said, you know, adding these meetings makes it all the harder to attract somebody. And I thought that was a very good point. And John, you just doubled down on the staff. And I appreciate that. So I guess I'm you know, it would be nice to do a hybrid, but I hear you both, and I'm thinking I'm changing my song. Thank you.
John, your hands is still up. You want to say something?
No, I just didn't lower it. I thought I'll lower it. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you, Tim.
So with that, I think we heard enough for the comment stuff. Commissioner, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to propose something and see how it goes?
You want to? How about is this for 2 years or 1 year? Yeah. And if it was 1 year, if it's 2 years, can we like do it, like have this conversation again? Who knows what's going to happen in a year?
Can I jump in? I was going to suggest that what Bill just said. I mean, the law allows us to go to 2027, Tom, but I think, you know, out of fairness to consultants like Lynn and Arlene and Pete, and commissioners like Pete, I mean, maybe the motion should be, we'll go until, you know, June of 2026 or something like that, and then bring it up for another vote. I mean, what's your reaction to that, Tom?
That's all I'm thinking.
How about April? So that we're looking at the summer. I don't know.
I'll go for May 1st.
No, I'm because I'm thinking that our terms comes to the end at June. The end of June. If we are bringing any new commissioner coming in, would be sometime in July that they have a chance to vote in whatever they want to do. Does it sound fair?
That's a good
But
point.
they might want to have some experience before they're called on to vote. I mean, you know, on their first meeting, to ask them to vote on it, it's maybe not fair.
Okay. Okay.
Does that mean September 1st?
Or August 1st,
August? Yeah, exactly.
right? Give him at least a few meetings and understand what it is going on and stuff like that. Could I have a motions to approve the future meeting format as a remote until August 1st, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Tangney, aye. Abadili,
Aye.
Foster,
Aye.
Hearn,
Aye.
Sampu,
No.
Lee,
Aye.
Koshulik.
Aye.
So it passes
6-1.
6-1.
Thank you. This is a good conversations. We should have this ongoing. So now we're going to the NOI.
Mr. Chairman, I'm stepping out of the meeting at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Take care.
Yep.
We have 5 NOIs tonight. The first one is Leonard and Maria Gilevers to construct a new elevated deck, balcony, and extensions of an existing sunroom, proposed seasonal piers, mitigation planting, landscaping, grading, and premises at 226 Holy Point Road, Centerville, as shown in Assessors Map 232, Parcel 033. Zachary?
Good evening, Commissioners. Name's Jason Heyer with Bracken Engineering.
Oh, sorry, Jason. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Hey, guys. That was quite the conversation. Very interesting. But my name's Jason Heyer with Bracken Engineering, representing the homeowners, Leonard and Marina Gilliver at 226 Holly Point Road. I'm also here with Dimitri Mazeka. He's the builder for the applicants from Bellport Building. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
All right. So host isn't allowing yet.
Try again.
Okay. There we go. All right.
Yep, it's coming.
Got it?
Yep, we're seeing it.
All right. The existing and proposed conditions window here. Again, the site is located on Bierce Pond over in Centerville. We've got an existing single-family dwelling located within the buffer zones, the 50 and 100-foot buffer zones, to a BVW along the edge of Bierce's Pond. That was flagged by Sebacia Inc. in October of last year. There is a small IVW across the street, but there's no work proposed within 100 foot of the IVW. All the work is going to be proposed on this side of the dwelling. So the proposed work is as follows. There is an existing deck in the rear of the house and a screen porch. So the applicants are proposing to remove the existing deck and replace with this proposed deck, come out here and attach with a 4-foot wide balcony. So there is a walkout. This is a ranch style dwelling. So there's a basement walkout beneath what would be the balcony, transitioning into the deck, and then a screen porch expansion on this side, just outside of the 50-foot buffer. So all of these structures will be supported by diamond pier footings, the concrete blocks with iron bars, so require a little less excavation when going to implement those. All of the existing roof leaders come down here, here, and over here. They'll be all tied in to a proposed dry well to capture any of that additional stormwater runoff, as well as the existing runoff from the building. So that's the first phase of the project. And the second phase, as a part of this work here, we are proposing 1,600 square feet of mitigation in accordance with the 4-to-1 mitigation ratio within the 50-foot buffer and the 3-to-1 ratio within the 100-foot buffer. So this mitigation plantings are located in what now is lawn in this section around some existing oak trees. And down in this section, this is lawn and gravelly area historically used for like kayak storage and such. So we are proposing a seasonal dock out on this side of the lot. So you'll see we have a 4-foot wide path that comes down from the structure, from the dwelling. We have incorporated a permanent post and rail fence or approved equal, some type of permanent timber mark on the edge of the pathway to permanently delineate the mitigation areas from the pathway. And that is to prohibit any future migration into those mitigation areas. Beyond that, I think I've captured everything as part of the project, so I'd like to open up to the commission.
Thank you. Question from the commissioner. Oh, the other thing, before I do that, this is a revised plan, right?
Yeah, so this is a revision 1. We sent in to the department on Friday, and hard copies were dropped off on Friday of last week as well.
And it's dated March 27, correct?
Correct. And the only revision was the implementation of that post and rail fence.
And I think the changes are some demarcations as well.
Yeah, it was the demarcation of the mitigation with the fence.
Right. John? John, unmute yourself.
Sorry. Thank you, Tim. First question is, does the seasonal dock meet all of the freshwater guidelines that are in effect that the commission published? Or is there those guidelines?
Nope. We believe we captured everything on the guidelines for the dock. This is kind of a funky shoreline, as you can tell. Runs this way a lot. So, we looked at putting the dock here, but in being perpendicular with the shoreline, over here, and there's an abutting pier right here. So, one, the water depth isn't significant enough to allow the proper water depth at the end of the pier on this side. And plus, we're kind of running into a hazard of navigation for the existing dock on this side. So this provides a good setback from the existing dock on this side. And it's generally the same size as the dock on this side. It's over on this side. It's not shown for clarity, but I believe we met all the performance standards for the
second set of questions. I think, what did I read? This there's an increase in hardscape within the 0 to 50. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's 184 square feet.
Yep. So that
could you tell me exactly what that is? And I see Bill Hearn's hand up. He probably would have asked these questions, but what exactly is going in the 0? What is that expansion of the 184 square feet in the 0 to 50? Exactly what is that? I'm having trouble.
So that expansion, I'll share both screens. The existing deck goes out this about this far. So the expansion is this deck area here and the steps and a portion of the balcony. Beneath the balcony, there's an asphalt pathway that's going to be removed and replaced with crushed stone. So as a part of the 1,600 square feet of mitigation, that is about, what did we come up with? 736 additional square feet of mitigation will offset that additional structure area right through here.
And all of that mitigation is going within the 50-foot buffer zone. Is that correct?
Exactly. Both for the additional area out in the 100-foot, as well as the 0 to 50. So, and most of the mitigation is directly on the BVW line. As flagged by Sebacia Inc. So you can see the green throughout here. So we'll be mitigating quite a bit, providing a lot more vegetation up along the BVW delineation.
And again, Bill, I may be jumping in with a question or a comment you might make, but that additional square footage within the 0 to 50, is there any way to move that back a little bit? Is there any design capability to relocate that?
We feel that we have mitigated, in accordance with the 4-to-1 regulation that Barnstable has. And again, the actual hardscape that we're proposing is deck area within the 50-foot. So we are removing this paved area underneath with crushed stone. So beneath the deck will also be crushed stone. So it's not like we're proposing solid foundation walls or any additional pavers or anything like that that would render the ground impervious.
So that's an elevated deck?
Yeah, so beneath this balcony extension we're proposing, this is a ranch style home. So the grade drops down around the rear of the house. So there's a walkout down here. So all of these areas will be relatively elevated on those diamond pier footings. So it's just crushed stone beneath.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, John. Bill?
Yeah, I have three different questions. One is about the balcony. I visited the site, and there was a stake that suggested that the balcony was extending to the left of the front of the house. You see where it says proposed balcony? It looked like it was jutting to the left. There was a stake almost halfway between the edge of the house there and those new stairs. You follow me, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, where your cursor is. Yeah. And I thought, how can that balcony extend that far? Because it said edge of balcony on a stake. I'm thinking, so I will tell you that looking at the house, I thought, it's a balcony. I wanted to know, how high is the balcony? Yeah, it had cement under it. I was thinking, not a problem, but I was wondering about the length of it. That's my first of three questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can address that. So when they staked it out in the field, they would have staked this corner that's 4 feet off the face of the structure here. And that extends across the face of the existing foundation and just meets up this jog in the stairs here. So this deck and balcony is kind of one in the same. I labeled it a balcony because of it's not a deck in terms of the elevation wise. You think of a deck a couple feet off the ground. So this would be elevated up, meeting this portion with the existing grade and providing a little bit of storage for the homeowners underneath the deck, and just lawn ornaments and stuff like that.
And then, okay, thank you. And then briefly, regarding the dock, John asked you about whether it was meeting our standards for freshwater docks, and I was a little unclear about the depth. The depth should be where the boats are moored, if you will, is 12 inches or deeper. Is it going to be over 12 inches there?
Yeah, I could just kind of transition down to our profile here. So the pier extends. It's going to be anchored by vertical support, so just leg supports, approximately a foot above the water level. At the end of the dock, we have about 4.1 feet of depth.
Okay, that's good. And in terms of materials, you're not putting in creosote and yada yada. It's a seasonal dock, right? And you're pulling it out of the buffer during the winter. Okay, so I am personally thinking, okay, I'm good with the dock. I think I'm good with maybe part of the balcony. But when it comes to the extending that dock out into the 0 to 50, I had some concerns. Under our Chapter 704-4 Town Reg governing activity in the 100-foot buffer, it says, and I just want to read this, it says, to the extent feasible and practical, work should be avoided within the 50-foot buffer. Therefore, the granting of a waiver and acceptance of mitigation for work performed within the 50-foot buffer should be considered only under exceptional limited circumstances. And my interpretation of that is that extending a dock seems like not an exceptional limited circumstance. And so my hope is that as you look at that figure that we're looking here, at the plan, is there a way of taking you have an extension of the screen porch, and the screen porch is then being extended, and it's in the 50 to 100. If you were to just, go along and extend your porch out as you have it here, right? And then you added, if you wanted to have that additional deck, just basically, run it from the corner, where the house and the current deck is, just run it along the 50-foot, the 0 to 50-foot red dotted line there. It wouldn't be square, but you'd have additional deck. I know that's not what you want to hear, but I guess I have concern about expanding hardscape. And it is, you got a lot of flagging and whatnot, and it's straight up lawn that's going to be covered. In case John is wondering what is there, it's lawn within a fairly narrow 0 to 50-foot buffer. So I have a concern with that, but not the dock. And the balcony, if you just ran that sucker along the front of the house, I don't have a problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason, do you have any comment in terms of what Gay was mentioning at that?
Yeah. So as far as the additional hardscape, I do want to go back to my original comment regarding the paved walkway that extends beneath the existing balcony, taking up the proposed balcony, excuse me, taking up most of the footprint of the balcony itself. Now, and again, we're going to remove this portion of that paved walkway and replace it with a deck. Again, not necessarily pervious, but with crushed stone beneath, allowing for better drainage, and then as well as the removal of lawn area, in this area. So, and the screen porch, this dark line here, we had kind of designed it to stay completely out of, as a roofed area, out of the 50-foot buffer zone, for that reason, where the deck kind of provides some infiltration beneath. With the roof area, the only infiltration with stormwater runoff will be picked up by the gutters.
Thanks, James. Any other question from the commissioner? Angela.
Yeah, just quickly, John and Bill, I totally agree with everything you said, and I appreciate you bringing up those 3 points. I walked this as well, and it is a strip of concrete under there where they're trying to put a raised balcony, and I don't have a problem with that because they're taking that out. And the mitigation that they're put in the revised plan that I read today is covering what's pretty much a disturbed area of grass. My concern was, are they taking any of those trees out? Are there any tree removals that you didn't put on the plan? Because there are trees going out to where you want to put the dock and the path. And you're not bringing in sand in this little existing swimming area, are you?
No plans for sand or anything like that. And no tree removal, of any of these large trees. I believe there are, they're not proposing to take down any of those trees, how close they are to the wetland. We wouldn't want to propose that.
No, we wouldn't.
Definitely no.
Just check. Thank you very much, because normally, there's 3 things happening here on this little spot that's in this, protected resource. So I appreciate you trying to get it in, and I really like the Bill's idea of trying to scooch it back if you can stay out of the 0 to 50. But as John often says, that mitigation planning is going to make that area better than it is right now. So I don't really have a problem with this. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Angela. Any more questions from the commissioner? Seeing none. Bill, your hand's still up.
Oh, well, no, it's down now.
Okay. Channel 18, any public comment on this one?
Seeing none.
None. Let me try this. Could I have a motions to approve this project with the revised plan date March 27th as submitted?
So moved.
Anyone second?
Second, or moved, whatever you need.
Roll call.
Abadili,
Aye.
Hearn,
No.
Koshulik,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Sampu,
No.
Tangney, aye.
So it's approved on 4-2.
4-2, approval.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a good evening.
The next NOI is Robert G. and Catherine A. Roach, trustees, RK Realty Trust, to permit and maintain a seasonal pier at 97 Willow Run Drive, Centerville, as shown on the Assessors Map 210, Parcel 062. This is John.
Good evening, John O'Day from Sullivan Engineering Consulting, representing the applicants. I'll work on bringing up the plan for you all. As you indicated, this is at 97 Willow Run Drive on Lake Waquaket. We are here seeking approval for a proposed seasonal aluminum pier. We have been before the Waterways Committee and Harbor Master. They had no objections last week. I think we are consistent with the guidelines in terms of shape and size. We do, for your kind of reference point, show you where the limit of the neighboring docks are. We fall within that. Not unlike the last project, maybe the only thing that we're not 100% consistent on is its location being exactly in the middle of the lot. We are a little bit offside of it. We're also kind of probably one of the bigger lots on the lake, being an acre, probably have twice the shoreline. I think the location is well spaced out with the other docks, and we've just placed it here because this is kind of where the access is today, coming out of the house and down to the shoreline. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Question from the commissioner. Anyone? See it? I did not see any hands up. 10-18, any public comment on this?
Seeing none.
None? Could I have a motion to approve this project as submitted?
So moved.
Second. Abadili,
Aye.
Hearn,
Aye.
Koshulik,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Sampu,
Aye.
Tangney, aye. That's unanimous.
Good luck, John.
Thank you, everyone.
The next NOI is Jean Turnbull. Construct 2 additions to existing dwelling and large deck, add second story and balconies to existing garage, provide mitigation planting at 351 Hackensack Road, Centerville, as shown on the Assessors Maps 233, Parcel 041. Arlene?
Good evening, Arlene Wilson, AM Wilson Associates, here for Jean Turnbull, the owner of this property. Let me try and share my screen. There we go. So this is a house that was a raise and replace project in 2011, 2012, and the commission approved it at that point. There was prior development on the lot. It predates 1968. We haven't been able to find the exact construction date. The site is about 0.45 of an acre. The triangular shape of the lot makes it a little difficult to deal with. There's about 230 linear feet of shoreline here. There's an existing pier, which we're not proposing to change. it was also permitted by the commission in 1992, and it existed at that point in time. Resource areas at the site clearly are the pond or Weequacket Lake. There's a narrow wooded swamp edge on the north side of the pier. The south side of the pier, there really is not much of a wetland edge at all. Like a great deal of the older development along the pond, the pond bank has been covered with cobble-sized stone, small stone, ungrouted. It's been like that, I believe, for years. There's no rare habitat here. There's no flood zone, and the land is not restricted by the state. So the project is to add a second story to the existing garage, which will not change the footprint on the ground, and to provide a 4x8 balcony off the second story. That will be over existing landscape plant materials. It's high enough in the air that it should not have any impact at all on the ability of the vegetation to grow. And we have not, therefore, included it as new hardscape. The real additions that the commission is concerned about are on the northerly side of the house. There are two additions proposed. One is 12.5 by 15, and the other is 12.4 by 8. And the existing deck is going to be extended to meet the smaller of the additions. About half of that is over an existing set of stairs that lead up to that deck. There's existing mitigation, and I would use that in quotes, along the shorefront. There was, based on your records, quite a lot of back and forth over the landscape plan for that. The result was that there are quite a number of non-native plants in there. For anybody who's been down there, there's a fair amount of fountain grass, a rather odd choice, but the commission apparently allowed it, and the project has a certificate of compliance. So what we're proposing for mitigation is to remove the existing non-natives in that area and replace them with native plant materials, close the gaps in between the individual plants. I used to work with a landscape architect who called this kind of thing pop, pop, fizz, fizz, because the plants were individual and separated, and therefore didn't really make a buffer. So we're going to close that in, leave all of the existing trees in there, widen the existing buffer in that area. And again, for those of you who have been out there, you know that the topography of this lot runs downslope toward the pond, and interestingly enough, in the gap between the garage and the existing house. So beefing up the buffer zone in this area is probably going to be advantageous in terms of water quality as well as wildlife habitat. The purpose of the additions are to increase the size of a very small bedroom that's in this area and its accompanying bath, and to turn another very small bedroom into a study. The extra bedroom is going to be moved into the second story on the garage. It really is not possible in terms of the existing interior layout of this building to put those additions anywhere else. The kitchen is actually on this side. Most of the center of the building is a great room that runs front to back. So we've tried to keep the addition that's in the 50 as small as possible. All of the addition work runs over either typical foundation plantings or maintained lawn. The only other, I guess, unusual piece is that for the work we're doing in the existing buffer, we're only counting half of that area toward the mitigation, since there are plants in there now that will remain. The extension of the buffer zone, we're counting 100% as we always would. And the total amount of mitigation meets the requirement of the Commission's regulations. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Arlene. Before I go to the Commissioner, Ed, do you have any question on this plan? Oh, this is a revised plan dated March 29.
Okay, yeah, so the one question I did, and I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't catch this earlier, Arlene. There is a BBW called out on the plan, and I believe you were the one who did the delineation for that. But we usually do require a note on the plan at the delineation line that says called out who and when. It is on the packet that you supplied, but we normally ask for that to be on the plan too. And again, I apologize for I didn't catch it earlier. As far as the planting list itself, I'm okay with that. I don't think Faber would be an appropriate plant for any area on this 78 area, but everything else I don't have an issue with. And again, we have the revision that shows the rather large and cumbersome deck that's there next to the stop, which was permitted back in the early 90s. So, and again, I'm sorry, in 2010, I believe it was also on approved plan there. So I think that's all I have for now.
So Ed, if I catch it correctly, you need the wetland delineations informations on the plan, right?
Correct. I mean, we always ask for on delineation, the date and
the person
who did the delineation.
Okay, thanks.
Person or company.
Right. So that means that we need a revised plan to show that information. Questions to the Commissioner, Angela.
Yeah, thank you. Arlene, I just wasn't sure, you said this was a raise in 2011, 2012 build. Is that what you said?
It was, the original house was taken down and replaced with this one at that time.
Okay. And the mitigation that you see that's scarcely there was for that plan? Is that what you were trying to say? Okay.
Yeah.
So the deck appears, there's a huge deck, stairs, and leading out to that pier that looks newer than 92. So it was permitted back in 92, but when was it replaced last?
They do maintenance on it from time to time, Angela. It hasn't really been replaced. Okay. And it is in the exact footprint that was authorized by the Commission in 92.
Okay, thank you, because it looked, I went and walked it, and it's, beautiful, but it looks almost, within the last couple years. And this is a huge land grab in the 50, as far as I'm concerned, because there isn't much left there. So even though it looks like it's a modest move into the 50 that you're doing on the house, I didn't understand where your mitigation was going to go, because then it's all hardscape in the 50, lawn, and then what looked like mitigation from the previous project. So that's how it looked to me. So I was trying to understand how you were balancing now this next little move in the 50, which you know we don't really like to do, and where the mitigation is going to go on that left side, and you're not going to take down any of those trees. I agree. But that already had some plantings around the corner, correct?
It has some. The area that's entirely new where we're taking out existing lawn is the area that's striped in red.
Okay. All right. And the yellow was what was already there?
Actually, yeah, the solid yellow without the stripe is the area that was mitigation previously approved.
All right. Thank you. I was just trying to understand it better. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Bill?
This project already has a lot of development in the 0 to 50 and lots more in the 50 to 100. The place is very well developed already. And I just 2 projects ago read something, and I think it applies to this project, in which Chapter 704.4 says, to the extent feasible and practical, work should be avoided within the 50-foot buffer. Therefore, the granting of a waiver and acceptance of mitigation for work performed within the 50-foot buffer should be considered only under exceptional, limited circumstances. This is a project, you know, where you have this question about mitigation. Oh, there was a mitigation zone, and now we're going to fix the mitigation zone up. And I think that speaks to my concern about mitigating for further hardscape in the 0 to 50. Once you end up having hardscape, once it's there and it's solid, that's grandfathered. And who knows what ends up happening to the plantings, to the mitigation zone. And here's one that's in kind of, it sounds like feeble shape. And you're going to now fix it up, which in a way sounds like double dipping, but I understand that you're not taking full credit for it. It's only half credit. But I really have an issue with the, you have a proposed 8-foot deck expansion in the 0 to 50 and a proposed 12.4 by 8-foot addition. Now, the third thing that you're building is a 12.5 by 15-foot addition for that new bedroom. And I noticed that is mainly in the 50 to 100. And it's a bit in the 0 to 50. I think I can accept that larger addition, the 15 by 12.5. But the deck and the smaller, what you described as something for the study, is just more creep and more hardscape into the 0 to 50. And so that's where I'm coming from. I cannot vote for further creep, especially in a place where the mitigation's already, you know, kind of iffy. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Pete?
Yeah, I will just second what Dr. Hearn said. In years past, and I am very worried about creep. It happens slowly, but it needs to stop. And so I'm in complete agreement with Bill that yes, the larger addition, mostly outside the 50, that's okay. But this increasing use of the 0 to 50 for personal space, I'm not keen on. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. Any other question from the commissioner?
Tom.
Oh, Jeff.
Yes, in regards to the creep, I agree with Bill and Pete on that right there. But one comment that I've got on this the mitigation aspect is for such a decent sized creep right here. It looks like the mitigation was the mitigation ad is minimal unless I'm missing something. And there seems to be a ton of existing grass between the existing house, between the house and the dark shade yellow mitigation, with nothing on the left side of the patio. which, I mean, at a minimum, I think if there was creep was to be allowed, that the mitigation would need to be expanded dramatically in order to to make this pass.
Could
Go
I?
ahead, Ali.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So the mitigation requirement for this project is 1,223 square feet. And of that, as I said, we've taken 50% of the area that we're going to clean up and convert back to entirely natives and fill in, which the commission gave a certificate of compliance to, as it is. If the commission is concerned that there isn't enough mitigation, and this area that's shown in white on the north side of the pier, which I think is the area that Jeff was talking about, that's also mitigation from this house construction. If we add another 5 feet along the shore, along that mitigation to close it, make it wider, we add about another 700 square feet. So you would be getting the conversion of the partial mitigation that's there now, sort of for free, because between that and the area that's red striped and the area under the trees that's new mitigation, it also comes out to 1,220 square feet, not counting the solid yellow area. So if the commission wanted us to do that, we certainly could, if that would make people happier with the project.
Yeah. Yes, Tom.
The other thing I suppose we could do would be to drop the expansion of the porch, or of the deck, which is the piece that's closest to the water.
Jeff, you're saying something?
Yes. I mean, in my viewpoint, I would have to say that this is an application where, if they're looking for this additional creep that's been mentioned by other members, to the degree they are within the 50, that I don't agree that there should be any the calculation shouldn't even be a concern. Arlene, sorry. I mean, there's a ton of room to add additional mitigation right here.
Thanks, Jeff. Angela?
Yeah, and I think I'm leaning more towards your second idea, Arlene, is enlarging that deck does not seem necessary because you have such a big hardscape already there that to me was amnestied in, or whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of patio and deck there already. So if you could cut back on that, that's what I'd rather see. Thank you.
So Angela, are you talking about the removal of that 8-foot deck extensions?
That's in the 50. I think that's what, Arlene, is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I would rather see that in a revised plan.
Okay. Bill?
Yeah, I'm still concerned about the 12.5 by 8-foot addition. It is more hardscape. I understand, okay, let's not have a deck expansion. I know that sounds kind of hard-edged or what have you, but I'm willing to go along with it. They want a whole new, if you will, expansion that includes into the 0 to 50 for a bedroom. And I really think that hardscape is forever, and this place is seriously developed. I mean, I just can't see adding in that extra addition, a small addition for a study. it just gives me heartburn, and I just don't think we should be mitigating for that. I feel like it's forever. And look at the history of mitigation on this property, and we've seen it in other places, not once, not twice. I mean, mitigation goes sometimes it's just not maintained or what have you, or it's mowed or it's mulched or what have you. And so I feel like we're supposed to be protecting per our ordinance. We're supposed to be protecting and only. Again, therefore, the granting of a waiver and acceptance of mitigation for work performed within the 50 should be considered only under exceptional limited circumstances. And it's like, well, I want to get in and mitigate. That's not how I read it. So I cannot vote for this if you keep those two things in. That's where I'm at.
Thanks, Bill. Any other question from the commissioner? And any public comment on this?
Seeing none.
None? Let me try this and see how it goes from there. Could I have a motion to approve this project subject to receipt of a revised plan showing the wetlands delineation informations, the removal of the 8-foot deck expansions, and the demarcation? Do you have a demarcation? Yes, you have the demarcations. And the end report for 3 years for the mitigation planning area.
So moved.
I'll second it, see what happens.
Roll call.
Abadili,
I'm gonna go with aye.
Hearn,
No?
Koshulik,
No.
Lee, Sampu,
No.
Tangney. No, I'm going to go with the rest of the commissioners. I'm protecting the 50, so that's 4. And Tom, I didn't hear yours.
Is Tom even here?
He might have cut out. So it's 4 against, not pass.
But before that vote becomes final,
Yep.
since Tom's dropped out,
Correct.
could I ask whether adding mitigation in this area is going to make a difference to some of the commissioners?
Just wait a minute. Sorry, I dropped out. Angela,
No,
what's
that's
the
okay.
last vote?
Arlene is negotiating her revision right now.
Okay.
So as I said, we can add about another 600 or 700 square feet of mitigation in this area to compensate. Bill, I understand your concern about this, but for a lot of these older properties, particularly around the lake, the way they were developed and the shape of the lot makes it very difficult to do anything else on them currently. And the purpose, I think, of some of the mitigation and the problems is to ensure that the new mitigation, which now we need to put demarcation on so people know where it is, to make sure that that mitigation stays in the future. And I think people do a pretty good job with that. Everybody is talking about how much grass there is on the site. There really isn't very much outdoor space here. The width of the grass from these steps to the edge of the existing or proposed mitigation is really only 24 feet. So it isn't a lot. It's in a bad place. The other thing we can do is overseed that lawn with fescue to make it a native lawn, so that it's not being fertilized and it doesn't need irrigation. All of those things are a benefit to the water quality in the pond, clearly.
Well, here's a quick question from Pete. Since Tom hasn't voted yet, since we've not finalized our vote, is there a procedural possibility for Arlene to alter, as she seems to be doing now, the project, or does she need to ask for a continuance? How does something like this work? Where
If I
we
could
didn't finish the
suggest,
vote?
if I could jump in, Pete, I think since the vote was not finalized, the motion, whoever made the motion could withdraw that motion and make a new motion and see what happens. I think that procedurally would be what you're coming from, Pete, I think.
Well, yeah, only because we're getting into this discussion with the applicant's agent, and you were right in the middle of the vote, so to speak, and it doesn't quite seem like what we've done in the past. But I'm just a scientist.
I don't think we've run into this in the past.
in terms of, I can think of a couple of cases. In terms of procedure, probably would be cleaner for me to ask for a continuance. But if the commission's not happy with more mitigation here, the way we've discussed it, then it may not be worth it. But
you really don't know how we feel about what you've said. That's sort of the key, and I think it's premature for me, having already voted, to somehow shift my vote with this new information. It just seems I'm confused on how to go.
then
Let me go with John's suggestion and withdraw my motions, and we start with a new motion. How's that? So that way it's cleaner.
I think that would be okay, Pete.
And I believe, based on what I'm hearing, that the commission would be happier to see all of this on a plan before they vote.
No, you could make a motion subject to receipt of a revised plan that meets these things.
Correct.
Arlene.
Correct.
Okay.
Tom?
Let me try this.
Tom?
Who's that? Charlie?
Charlie, yes. The second should withdraw first, and then the motion can be withdrawn.
Great point,
Okay.
Charlie. Good point, Charlie.
Who did the second?
Wasn't it me?
Yeah, and I did this so moved. So it was you first, John. I mean, you were
Okay,
the second.
I withdraw my second to the motion that was made.
And I withdraw.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie,
Thanks,
for the
Charlie.
suggestions. Could I try this one and see whether if I miss anything, just let me know. Could I have a motion to approve this project subject to receipt of a revised plan showing the wetland delineation informations, the new mitigations area on the north side, as Arlene was mentioning, the additional mitigations with demarcations, and the reports of 3 years.
Was that everything?
need to-
Arlene?
And
And the removal of the enlarged deck, correct?
And you need to say how much of additional mitigation. You just said, as was discussed. That's pretty vague.
I think Arlene was talking about, if I remember right, about 700 square feet
yeah,
area.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Rob. I mean, Ed.
would it make more sense just to continue the hearing and allow her to do a revised plan, and then you would come back and consider that and then vote at the?
That seems much more reasonable to me.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it would just be if Arlene is willing to do that and she wants to provide a continuance
Revised
form for that with the revised plan. I think that would be cleaner and everybody would be on the same page then.
Okay. Arlene, how much do you need for the continuance?
well, it certainly sounds like you don't need any more work on the 15th. So What's the meeting after that?
29.
29th.
Why don't I, let me ask for a continuance till April 29th.
Okay. Could I have a motion to continue this applications to April 29th?
So moved.
Second.
And a second, roll call.
Tagney, aye. Sampu,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Kashulik,
Aye.
Hearn,
Aye.
Abadili.
Aye.
That's unanimous, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Arlene.
Thank you.
The next NOI is Sinef L. Maurice Wang to construct a dock including boardwalk, pier, ram, and float at 251 Green Doom Drive, Centerville, as shown on the Assessors Map 245, parcel 033. Jose?
Good evening, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jose Pizarro, representing the applicant. Several pending items we have for this. The most important one being that the project hasn't been reviewed by the Waterways Committee and the Harbor Master. So at the end, I will be requesting a continuation for the April 29th meeting, given the fact that they meet on April the 22nd. I do, however, like to quickly run through the projects and get some feedback from you. Anything that you see that's important. So for the next meeting, we come with a full set of plans that includes any comments, as well as to know if there are any comments from the public. So if I can share screen. You able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so the proposed dock contains pretty much 3 sections in a floating dock. So the first section, it is a boardwalk that is the 25.3 feet long and 4 feet wide. It goes from the top of Coastal Bank to the mean high water. Second section is the proposed pier. It's got a length of 54.6 feet and is also a 4 foot wide. We'll have a third section that is a gangway to access the floating dock, and that is going to be a 3 foot wide with a length of 11.2 feet. The proposed flood is going to be a maximum of 200 square feet. So we have it as a 10 by 20 with an optional design of 2 12 by 8. Right, together that adds about 192 square feet. So within the plan, we also included a profile view in that it shows that the location will have an approximate 2.2 feet of clearance at mean low water and approximately 5.4 feet of water at mean high water. We did not select the location to be right at the middle of the water frontage due to the fact that it makes more sense to use the shortest width on the south marsh in here. So that is the shortest crossing to the wetlands. And that is the only aspect that is not in full compliance with 704. We also included construction details showing the materials to be the structure to be supported by 6-inch wooden posts. The superstructure and the decking is also shown. The spacings for the decking is going to be 3/4 of an inch to allow for light to bypass in compliance also with the regulations. Other than that, that's pretty much what the planning profile will show you. I did locate the 200 something feet buffer that is required. You have to show everything, any floods that are within 200 feet. We did not find any. However, there's close proximity. So using images we scale into our plans, the close being at 202 feet from the proposed location of the dock. There's another one at 245 feet and one at 234 feet. The closest channel, the closest known channel where waters are deeper, it's about 540 feet from the proposed location. So I have my doubts that these locations marked over here is any navigation ways that are being currently used, but I could be wrong about that, and that will come from the waterways review. Additionally, I went ahead and prepared a figure showing the half-a-mile radius, which is the board has the option to request that information. Because there was nothing within the 300 foot that I could show, I went ahead and prepared that figure. So this is the location of our proposed dock. The channel that I just talked about will be right over here. There is a ramp area. We did find out that it's not a public ramp. It is a ramp. It's a private ramp access to the water for private institution and just for members. It's not for everyone. It's just for residents that are members to the association. We did locate a private pier within that half-a-mile radius over here. That is exactly the same that we are trying to do here. They are crossing much larger area of salt marsh, but it is exactly the same concept that we are trying to do. There is farther away. There's another private dock that was located. There is no other inlet or outlet to open waters other than the one that crosses our property, or the property, because he owns this portion of the property here, and he also owns this island over here. This is the only way in and the only way out. So I don't think there is a lot of boat activity in the area. With that, like I said, until today, we did not have the file number. I did get it by email. It came out with very clear, no comments that will stop the project that I have seen to this point. So the only thing pending is the review for the Harbor Master and Waterways Committee, and obviously I would like to know your comments and if there are any public comments. With that, I'm going to pass that along to you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you.
Thank you. We received the DEP number as a SE3-6261 this afternoon. The other information that we are missing is the town shellfish biologist have not done her report yet. She hasn't done the site visit to that yet. She just received the report last Friday. So she needs time to do that. So we're waiting for that information as well. But when you're looking at the Harbor Master's comment, going back to the waterway, that is very important. But, you should double check from the Harbor Master as far as the mooring goes. Yeah, you're just showing 3, but it's in their comment, they're saying many. So you need to double check whether is the number correctly or not. So, and then the other one comment I want to make is I don't usually see a 6-foot pile. Usually it's an 8-foot pile. And so take a look at that. The other things too, your application itself under the chapter 703, you kind of mentioning that this is a non-motorized dock. And then if it is a non-motorized, do you really need that much water? but then in the next sentence you say, well, there could be if we have sufficient water, we should have we should be able to get a motorboat. So you have to make up your mind what are you applying for. Okay, so that's my quick comments.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments from the commission?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one more thing just to point out to people. I don't know if you went out to look at it, but they will still need to stake the rest of the pier. They have stakes going out to the end of the land, and then a little bit in, but they have not placed a float at the end of the where the float is going to, where the dock and float is going to end. So they are working on that.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioner want to make? Any comment?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Bill?
Yeah, I visited the site, whatever it was, a week or two ago, in conjunction with the permitting for the house, and I have, some sense of the environment there, and it looked like an extremely muddy place that would not be very good for shell fishing. And I'm glad that we're going to have a natural resource person look at it. That being said, I looked at what was done by the consultant at the last minute, and I noticed that they had hired a consultant who had a pretty good history. I read his resume. Guy worked for marine fisheries forever and seemed to know what he was doing. And the way he did his survey seemed highly appropriate. It seemed consistent with my sense that the place was just kind of a anoxic, muddy swamp. Yeah, he did find a couple of shellfish, but it didn't look very good. So I was thinking, well, I'm generally not Mr. Pro Doc, new docs, but I mean, I thought if it is in a very muddy place, I can maybe go with that. And then the harbor master says, navigation hazard. And I look at the area, look at the map, and even when I was on site, I'm thinking that's a really narrow area. I mean, who's trying to get by there besides a kayak? I mean, it's not like motorboats are going to be steaming down that channel that's to the north, right above it. I mean, a lot of the traffic is going to be coming around to the south, or even if it whipped around. I just don't see what the harbor master's saying. I mean, far be it from me to be questioning that, but I just was thinking this seemed like maybe an okay project. That was my general impression. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Pete?
Yeah, I'm familiar with this area, being a fisherman down that way. One thing to remember, fellow commissioners and applicant, that even if you have sufficient depth at the dock for potentially a small motorboat, you have to have enough depth to leave that estuary to get out, or essentially get to a channel. My familiarity with that says it is a very shallow waterway at low tide, and I don't know if you're going to have the ability to get a motorboat out there, but you'll be looking at it. But I do know that you need to have that acknowledgement that not only is it deep enough at the dock, but it's deep enough throughout the transit to be able to leave at mean low water. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. So what that means that to me, I just interpreted the run that you are going to check is to check the water depths along the run that you're going to take that boat and check whether you have enough water there. So any comment or question from the commissioner? None? Jose, so we're going to the continuance to April the 29th, right?
Yes, I would like to allow the waterways meeting. Hopefully I can get comments from them and make any revisions to the plans. So April the 29th sounds like what I like to do.
Okay. Could I have a motion to...
Mr. Chairman, did you want to do public comment? Ask for public comment?
Sorry, yes. Any public comment, channel 18?
Seeing none.
None? Could I have a motion to approve these applications to be a continuous until April the 29th?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Tangney, aye. Sampu,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Koshulik,
Aye.
Hearn,
Aye.
Abadili.
Aye.
That's unanimous, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose. See you on April the 29th.
No, you'll see me on the next item. Thank you.
That's true. The next NOI, the last NOI before we take a 5-minute break, is Town of Barnstable, DBW. The project seeks to obtain a 10-year comprehensive permit for dredging 19 navigation channels and basins with beneficial reuse of the material to re-nourish 9 eroded shoreline locations. Dredging will cover 98 acres, plus or minus, in Barnstable Harbor, Sandy Neck, Centerville Harbor, Free Bay, and Prince Coast, restoring 39 acres of shoreline area. I want to give Griffin a chance to say a few words before we go to the his consultant, James.
Tom, excuse me. Given the lateness of the hour, given the massiveness of this, is there a way for the applicants to give us an executive summary? Otherwise,
I'm going to be very quick. I got 1 minute.
Okay, super.
So I'm going to turn this over to Jimmy to explain the application, but I just wanted to make a quick statement. I'm Griffin Bowden, the town engineer for the town of Barnstable. This application is very important to us for the management of our navigable channels in the town of Barnstable. We've been working on this project. I've been with the town for 7 years now, and this project started since before I've been here. So it's been a long road to get to where we're at right now, and we're excited to be in the permitting process on this project, and looking forward to hearing your feedback this evening. So I'm going to turn it over to Jimmy and let him take us through the application. So thank you.
Okay, Jimmy, go for it.
Take a summary.
Yeah, executive summary.
Do I have a presentation I'll share. On the record, I am James Hill, Jimmy Hill, with both Infrastructure and Environment on behalf of the town of Barnstable. As Griffin mentioned, yes, we've been working on this project for a while. I've been with both for 6 years, and it was the first project that I worked on, and one of the first projects I put my own stamp on. So it's been quite the journey. I will present my screen, if you can see that. Oh, nope, I took it away. Sorry about that. Alrighty, we're gonna reduce that, and we'll get going here. All right, everybody can see this?
Nope.
Nope.
Oh. All
you
right.
have to share the screen where you display this.
Right. Screen 2, share. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm a Microsoft Teams person. All right. So yes, we are talking about the 10-year comprehensive dredge permit. We did get a file number 3-6259. Like I said, Jimmy Hill with both Infrastructure and Environment on behalf of the town. So years ago, the town began the process of organizing all of the channels and beaches into a comprehensive dredge project, allowing the town to dredge and nourish selected channels over a 10-year period. During the investigations, Region B, which is Hyannis Harbor and Lewis Bay, bottom right, was removed for the project due to the anticipation of finer sediments. The Sandy Neck Cottage area to top right was also removed from the project due to salt marsh growth into the nourishment area. So as noted on this slide, any dredge site that does not contain suitable beach material will not be performed and permitted. Under this project, it will be a standalone project. So the comprehensive permit goals are shown here. Essentially, this project is a proactive measure by the town to manage dredging needs. The town does not propose dredging each site every year. This permit gives the town the ability to manage dredge and nourishment projects as needed. In order to develop the dredge plans, we pulled our resources from DCR Waterways, Barnstable Conservation, Mass DEP, so that's Chapter 91 and 401, and Army Corps, and then Three Bays Preservation Society also provided some record plans for us as well. Let me walk through the project timeline. As I noted before, this effort really began in 2016 with the development of the plan. January 2019, we had a pre-application meeting with MIPA and the agencies where we started to introduce this project to the world. 2019 through 2020, we acquired a sediment and analysis plan from the Army Corps, and we started doing the sampling, which ended up being a two-phased sediment sampling and analysis event. Two events with a final suitability determination issued in August 2022. So this suitability determination categorized all the sediments as follows below. There's the entrance channels, the approaches are unlimited nourishment for 10 years. There's sediment nourish one time over 10 years, and then you would really have to sample it again. And then there's some sites that were not suitable for reuse as nourishment. So those are the sites that will show up as standalone projects later on. Then we're going into 2023. We had a second pre-application meeting where we, finalized all of the channels with MIPA. We submitted that MIPA E and F and ER waiver request last spring, and we received a certificate in the fall. And now we are charging through, local, state, and federal permitting. So overview of the dredging and nourishment activities. There are 19 dredge sites throughout the town, and then there are 5 existing beach sites and 4 new locations. So the sediments from all 19 dredge locations, now that we've whittled that number down, have been deemed suitable for nourishment at least once. So I'm going to go through the sites, and I'll just do an overview of each site. So Barnstable Harbor on the north side. We have the outer entrance channel is a single channel, and the nourishment areas are Millway Beach and Sandy Neck Public Beach. So this area of the cottage where I'm showing right here was removed from the plan. The outer entrance channel gets dredged about every 5 years, so we're coming up on the need to dredge that soon. Region B is at Hyannis Harbor, Lewis Bay, removed from the project. Centerville Harbor, we have the entrance channel, the lower reach, the upper reach, and then the spur channel. So that lower spur, we did not find any suitable material in there. Then there's also the Bumps River channel, which is right here. And then the nourishment sites are the Long Beach public and private areas there, Craigville Beach, and then Colville's Beach, which is a new area. All these have been dredged within the last 10 to 20 years, and the cycle ranges from 8 to 20 years, depending on how far in the channel you're working. Right, Long Beach, there are some private properties along here, but the order taking for beach nourishment was established in 2002 to just nourish those areas. So the town doesn't really need the approval from all their different property owners there. The Three Bays region, quite a lot going on here. We have Catuit entrance and embayment channels recently dredged this past dredging season. Then the Catuit embayment actually comes up through here, and then we launch into the Supur River. We've got West Bay, which comes in here, and you'll notice these orange areas are not suitable for beach nourishment. They have been found suitable for offshore disposal at Cape Cod Bay disposal sites, so those are additional projects that are in the works. And then the nourishment site here, we've got Dead Neck, which has been the established large area. But then we also have, going south to north, Loop Beach, Cross Street Beach, and Ropes Beach, which are all new sites. Prince Cove region is the entrance channel, and then portions of the basin that did contain sand. So these orange areas here were more silty. They'll have to be dredged on a standalone project. The anticipated impacts, land under ocean, coastal beach and dune, barrier beach, shellfish areas, land subject to coastal storm flowage at the nourishment sites, and then NHESP areas at the nourishment sites as well. There is DEP mapped eelgrass in the area. So two at West Bay and East Bay entrance channels are in proximity to the DEP mapped eelgrass beds. However, this project aims to avoid those impacts to the valuable resource areas. DMF comments that we have received for this project request that eelgrass habitat surveys in the growing season be performed prior to the start of work so that the beds can be avoided via a 75-foot buffer. When we did Katuitt Bay entrance channel and embayment channel here, we did a pretty comprehensive eelgrass survey. Ahead of any construction, we did not find a single blade. We did find a lot of the dead man's fingers in there, but it was all clear of eelgrass. So, this is the DMF mapping can be outdated. We need to verify that. So with those impacts to coastal resource areas, I also like to present the potential benefits of restoring and enhancing safe public use and access of navigable waterways throughout the town, restoring and enhancing coastal resiliency of the eroded shoreline areas, habitat enhancement, and then the significant cost savings recognized by using the Barnstable County dredge. Big part of this project is aimed at using the county dredge for all sites except for the outer entrance channel. The pipeline distance is too far there. But besides that, the town realizes a lot of savings by using the Barnstable County dredge rather than, private contractor. All right, and with that, we're on the last slide, regulatory review requirements. So we are through the MEPA process, and we are working on the notice of intent, and after that, we'll fall into our DEP and Army Corps permits with federal consistency. So that's the end of my presentation. I have, here, I'll end that slideshow and get back to the screen here if I can. I'll keep sharing my screen. I have the plans open if we want to look through the plans or any documents. I know there was a lot of record permits associated with this, so if there's any questions, I can do my best to bring those up. Thank you.
Thank you. The report is quite thick, and it took us a long time trying to read it. And at times it's interesting to read it, but for the time's sake, we have received the DMF comment letter, which is dated March 21st. There's a few conditions that few comment that they want to put it in for considerations. One is the time of the year restrictions are recommended for all the proposed dredge sites included in the application, table 1. Time of the year restrictions are recommended for all dredge projects to protect the winter founder during the spawning period, larva settlements, and juvenile development phases. This period is February 1st to June 30th for the Barnstable Harbor region, which is part of the Gulf of Maine winter founder stock, and January 15th to May 31st for all remaining dredge sites that are part of the Southern New England winter founder stock. DMF is currently engaging in research to better understanding of the winter founder habitat use for embayment throughout Massachusetts. Results of these studies may affect the time of the restrictions, time of the year restrictions recommendations over the time scale of this comprehensive permit. But at this time, DMF continue to recommend the above time of the year restriction for all the embayments in the state. Additional dredge and time of the year restrictions are recommended to protect diamond-toothed fish species during their spring migratory phase for dredge sites in East Bay at Centerville River, Bums River, and Katuitt Bay. Diamond-toothed fish time of the year restriction period are March 15th to June 30th, April 1st to June 15th, and April 1st to June 30th to protect the American eel waif and bullback herring respectively. Second, Although the applicant referring to and marks the proposed dredge area within the East Bay and the West Bay as an entrance channel, DMF uses a different terminology to categorize resource area that receive a winter founder time of the year restriction recommendations. DMF separates the entrance channels into embayments, inlets, and approach channel. DMF recommend time of the year restrictions for winter founder in the embayment and inlet of the East Bay and West Bays. See Figure 2. Third, the additional dredging and nourishment time of the year restrictions are recommended for a subset of the dredging and nourishment sites to protect adults, horseshoe crabs as they stage to spring and nest. A dredge time of the year restrictions period is from May 1st to June 30th, and nourish time of the year restrictions period is from May 1st to July 31st. Time of the year restrictions associated with the nourishment activity related to any disturbance of nesting habits, which in addition to depositions of nourishment material, can include a variety of the construction activity like equipment, transits, and staging. Horseshoe crabs time of the year restrictions recommendations are included in Table 1 to allow for the applicants to apply to plan project sequencing as they enter the permitting phase. Next one is dredge activity should be performed in coordinate with the shellfish constable and local aquaculture operators to minimize the impacts to aquaculture grants. The next is eelgrass habitat was not included within the NOI project plan. A minimum buffer of 75 feet is recommended from the top of the dredge slope to the nearest eelgrass vegetations. Since eelgrass beds are ephemeral, changes to eelgrass distributions that have occurred since the previous dredge events should be identified prior to all dredge activities. For sites where eelgrass has been mapped in close proximities to the proposed dredge track, Table 1, DMF recommends that an in-water survey to be conducted within the growing season prior to dredging to accurately delineate the current eelgrass extent for the purpose of avoiding direct impacts and also maintaining a minimum 75-foot buffer to reduce the likelihood of indirect impacts. Surveys should be consistent with the method described in the DMF eelgrass survey guideline. And I think it's the last one, a minimum 100-foot buffer is recommended between the seaward extent of the nourishment footprint and the nearest landward edge of any bordering eelgrass. Given that nearshore water off the Neck Beach and the Long Beach nourishment site have previously been mapped as eelgrass habitat. DMF also recommends an in-water survey for the water bordering of these nourishment sites be conducted within the growing season prior to the nourishments following DMF survey guidelines. Those are the comments from the DMF letter. We also received a letter from the public as a support letter. This is written by Alexia Fix, and the address that's associated with this is 39 and 6014 Fox Island, 333, 295, and 285 in Fox Island, and 265 Seapier. So those could be Seapier. And 132 Fox Island and 267 Seapier. So with that, any comment or questions from the commissioner?
Tom, excuse me, before you go to that, what exactly are we being asked to vote on? I'm confused. What is the exact project we're being asked? The whole thing?
The whole thing.
Oh.
The 10-year comprehensive permit.
Why?
Am I right?
Correct.
Or James?
So, excuse me.
Correct. It's an authorization for a 10-year permit for all the areas that have been identified. We certainly wouldn't be doing all of this work in each particular year. It's an authorization to allow us to maintain these locations.
Okay, but there's no thought then of coming back before each segment is being done with an NOI at that time, so that it's something we could sort of get our hands around?
That's That would not be the approach under this approach. This is a 10-year permit's a tool that has been utilized by communities just to
Well, then somebody help
provide
me.
flexibility.
In all my years, I've never been involved, Tom. Maybe you have with 10-year projects like this that are all over. I'm just frustrated as to how to get my hands around this kind of a massiveness. I'm frustrated because I've never heard of a 10-year permit coming from the commission. So maybe you or Ed could help us out before you go to specific questions.
Ed?
Yeah. So, this is not the usual permit, John. You're correct. However, there are quite a few communities that do their town-wide dredging this way. They perform a 10-year dredging and nourishment permit. Again, it is designed to alleviate some of the bottlenecks that you get with the individual notices of intent. I have actually worked and done with 2 of these in the town of Yarmouth. We've had two 10-year permits that I've had to oversee with conservation. So it is a standard means of doing this. It's new to Barnstable, that's for sure.
We have the authority under the ordinance and state law to do it in. I've never seen that. Doesn't mean we don't.
Yeah.
But we have the legal authority to do that, and I can understand why the applicant wants it, but I, as a commissioner, sit here and say, well, when they get to the Prince Cove one, there's so many different issues there because I live near there. I mean, I know that body of water very well, and I ask specific questions about that. But when dealing with a project that's presented, it's all over Barnstable. So it's just very difficult for me, at least.
If I may, too, the amount of the sediment sampling is a huge thing here, and definitely part of the reason why to go after a permit like this, just because of the how much sampling needs to occur. This is common, yes, but I also think that a lot of conditions will ask for a pre and post dredge survey to go along with these. That way there is monitoring of each project, and it's not a wild west of just the town doing whatever projects come up. I think that there's a way to organize it, but that's my 2 cents.
One other note I'll just make from the town's perspective is the reason we are pursuing this type of permit is 1, for flexibility, but 2, for tremendous cost savings. I mean, each time we come in for an individual permit on an individual channel, at this point it's $100,000 just to get those things permitted. So being able to package these together into one permit that we can then manage moving forward saves the community a tremendous amount of money.
One thing, if I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Griffin and James. Some of the compatible material that you are considering as far as the beach nourishment stuff, that's why you're combining all these different locations, channel, and so forth. In the presentations, in some locations, when the material is not suitable for nourishment stuff, then that has to come in as a separate filing, correct?
That's correct, Tom. So this application only includes dredge channels that are suitable for beach nourishment. Projects that have to either go to an upland site or offshore will come in as individual projects.
Oh, John, you mute.
Not me?
Yeah,
John.
I'm sorry, Bill. Just want to pursue this procedurally, Bill.
Go ahead.
I just don't understand that. I mean, we require bathymetric studies before and after the dredging, et cetera. How's that going to work in this situation, Tom? And when they get to Prince Cove, I know there's garbage there. They're not going to make a beach out of that. It's a mess. But so I assume that would come in as a separate project, for example.
I can address Prince Cove. I mean, the suitability determinations did identify that the material within the channels are suitable for beach nourishment. And that's why they're included in this application.
So are you telling me that Prince Cove, the bottom of Prince Cove, you're going to dredge that out and that's suitable for beach nourishment?
That's what the analysis has identified.
And how many times the biologist has said to me, "Oh, we'll put a dock in Prince Cove because it's just dead. Nothing's going to ever grow there." I mean, right, Peter? That's the experience we've heard over a bunch of years.
Aren't there?
Yeah, I agree with Yabo on this. Being, again, sorry for butting in. I'm a sediment biogeochemist by training, PhD. Done a bunch of work on the Chesapeake. I've published papers regarding sediment analysis. Being overwhelmed with, I don't know, 900 pages of information here to fast track everywhere in our town, both north side and south side, under very different tidal conditions. I agree with you, John. I cannot imagine, unless I am given, very specific information of recent analysis, not 10 years from now, not 8 years from now, that Prince Cove sediment in the quiescent zones of the dredged areas, which preferentially settle out fine silts and clays, are compatible with beach nourishment. John, I got to agree with you. That seems ludicrous to me without specific evidence at the time that dredging is being asked to happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. John. Bill.
Yeah, there's a lot of material, and I did not spend many weeks looking at it, but I did look at it at some length, and my impression was that there had been sampling, and some places, is what Tom was mentioning a minute ago, that some places are not suitable for beach nourishment. That they're very fine, there's fines, it's too fine, it's too, who knows what's in it, but that you have done sampling in some areas. And I remember looking at Prince Cove, and that was where I was getting a little skeptical, but it wasn't all of Prince Cove. I seem to remember that you had places where it looked like the water was flowing, if you will, more of the, more would it be a stream, and you had a limited area in Prince Cove, but much of it was off limits for dredging. I mean, that was kind of my impression. So I was thinking, that there is not a lot of contaminants and fine materials. I mean, let's face it, Prince Cove must be the king of fine materials. It's just going to be a mud in an anoxic zone. And so you can't be dredging there. I can't believe that, because that would not be suitable for beach nourishment. And so I was thinking, I can buy that. And I will mention to John, if you didn't know, they had, I don't know how many, maybe someone can mention it, but they were like, call it 25 different locations, all of which would need a separate NOI, because they were places that were not suitable for just beach nourishment. And so we would potentially be seeing, 20, 25 projects that are going to be probably coming down the pike as individual projects. In fact, they mentioned them. They called them, I think, individual projects. That being said, the thing that I was interested in is what you read from DMF. Tom, that lengthy letter that you had was not the one that we got. It was a March 24th letter that was signed by the Director of Marine Fisheries, and it was more succinct in terms of the time of year restrictions. And here's my question to the town, and that is that I gather, and now tell me if I'm right, this work is to be done October 26th to January 31, 2027, and presumably, in the window of October, call it October 1, I guess you mean, to January 31st, and that you're not going to be dredging or doing any of this stuff from January 31 until October 1st or what have you. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a couple of points that you pointed out that I'd like to just respond to if I can. So absolutely, we understand the time of year restrictions. They're frankly standard time of year restrictions for this type of work. So we are cognizant of them, and we would not obviously be proposing any dredging during those time of year restrictions. So it would be the October to January window, generally speaking, is when is usually the quote unquote dredge season. The other thing that you mentioned, and thank you for pointing out, there has been a robust sampling program for these channels. It's been reviewed by Mass DEP as well as the Army Corps of Engineers, and they're the ones that have identified the channels that are suitable for beach nourishment. The work is proposed within the previously dredged navigable channels in the community. This is not just a blanket dredging of Prince Cove, for instance. It's within the navigable channel specifically that's been identified, and there was robust sampling in those channels that frankly excluded certain areas, as Jimmy had mentioned. So as far as the performance standards for beach nourishment, beach suitable material, the channels we've identified meet those, and they've been authorized by DEP and Army Corps. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. And I have just one follow-up question, and that is that the letter from the Marine Fisheries Director, it's a shorter letter dated March 24th, boiled it down to say time of year restriction was it would stop January 15th. And I'm wondering, and that was primarily because of winter flounder. And I just wonder if it's possible to contain it to January 15th rather than January 31st. I realize it's a matter of 2 weeks and there's a lot of dredging and work to be done, but is there a way of just reducing that time of year to coincide with Marine Fisheries recommendations?
So generally speaking, the time of year restrictions depend on where you are. So on the north side, they would have different time of year restrictions. On the south side and certain different embayments, they may have different recommendations. And I think that's why we're seeing a longer letter that Tom just read. I know it's 2 weeks, but that generally ends up meaning a lot in certain seasons because we're competing with the whole county for the county dredges services. And so we end up getting boxed into a very narrow window, and they're using all the season they can. So we would really like to utilize this letter that was provided as the guidance document. So basically it's on a channel by channel basis effectively as to where DMF recommends the time of year restrictions.
When did that was that last, did that just come in like in the last week, 5 days or something? The one that Tom just read?
Oh, Bill.
Yeah.
Just listen, the letter from DMF that I read is March 21st. The letter that you make a reference to is a letter dated March 24.
Right.
That comment is reference to the ENF filing for the West and North Bay maintenance dredging projects. It's different from this.
That's a different application, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I was keying in on the fact that they were really into the January 15th rather than the 31st. But what I'm hearing is that you are going to comply with the time of year restrictions of the DMF, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And so the letter on the 24th is for one specific project within West Bay that we're also doing on a parallel track, which is not suitable for beach nourishment in that case. So that's why we're permitting it separately. And one thing I'll also note is we're not planning to dredge all the channels in this application in 2027.
Right.
We would be planning to do this systematically for the 10 years.
I got it.
The first project would likely be in 2027, but it would be systematically over the course of 10 years.
Thank you. Because I make the same mistake when I read it, and I read more carefully, and then I notice the difference.
Thank you, Tom.
Any other? Oh, Angela, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I thought this was a very well put together and comprehensive way of looking at it and looking at the 4 regions. So for me, this was the best understanding possible to go forward for the next 10 years. And I do feel there's a lot of data in here, photographs, things that look very current. And I understand as we move into the later 5, 6, 7 years down the road, many of the data might have to be updated when you do fill out those NOIs. But I thought this book, and I don't know if John got a chance to read it, was wonderful. This was a great comprehensive pull together of understanding what is expected of us and what's going to happen going forward. So I did want to mention that. Thank you.
It's only 400 pages, right? Come on. with a 900-page appendix.
All the time I saved not driving to in-person meetings. See, I got to read it.
Yeah, but I did not finish reading it.
You
Any
have a
other
job during the day.
Any other question from the commissioner?
Yes, I have a question.
John.
Normally we require at the end of the dredging reports, bathymetric studies, etc. Are we requiring those, Tom? How do we do that for each and every part of this project?
Yes. So here, well, maybe I'll mention about what the condition that I was going to talk about. Is that fair?
Yes, great.
One is to provide an overall dredging schedule, because you can put the different years on the dredging so that we know which sections is going to be dredged and what year. I think that's maybe easy to do. Secondly, is you have to notify the harbor master and the natural resources and the conservations at least 2 weeks prior in advance of the dredging begins for each of the channels, so they know what is going on. And then secondly is to provide the bathymetry survey after 1 year of the dredging for each of the channels. Those are the conditions that I'm thinking.
Can I respond to them quickly?
Yeah.
All right. So this is the first one. Certainly understand why you would want a dredge schedule. I'll just caveat that obviously they're all subject to appropriations and funding. So we have an idea as to what we anticipate. It's reflected in our capital plan, but it's obviously caveated that it's subject to funding.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, without funding, you can't do it. So,
yeah,
at least you can provide the schedule, but you can also updating the schedule as you move forward.
Absolutely. And we would have absolutely no problem having a pre-application meeting with obviously the harbor master, natural resources, and conservation. We frankly need to do that in order to implement the project anyway. So yeah, absolutely, that makes a ton of sense. And pre and post dredge surveys we have to do the work anyway. So we would be happy to provide those as submittals.
Okay. John, any thoughts?
No, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I really struggle with this the massiveness of this, and if we approve a 10-year plan, that's it. I mean, except for the specific NOIs that where there's a dredge content problem, we're never going to see this again. I mean, I don't know, Tom. I'm comfortable with saying, yeah, we're going to approve a 10-year plan for this massive amount of dredging. And by the way, I think it's friggin' awesome. I am so glad the town's going to do it. And as a guy who lives near Prince Cove, dredge it. God bless you for doing it. But as a commissioner, I'm struggling, Tom. Maybe I'm the only one. I don't know. I'll go along, Tom, with whatever you think. I really will.
No, because this is the first time that we are doing a 10 years, dredging permit. Before we have been asking, what is the town's approach in terms of all this dredging project stuff? Can we have a 10-year plan and how to do that comprehensive plan? So I think that's why they kind of going into the comprehensive plan and looking at this permit. And the other town has done that several permit before. So I think this is the approach to kind of save the money, and then if it is said permissible, then they will come in as a one package. Otherwise, then they have to do it as a separate project, NOI. So I think we should try this. I mean, that's my thought. Any other? Ed, do you want to say anything else?
Could I say something?
Yeah.
There's a couple of places that I am familiar with that have been really beaten by the ocean. Long Beach, the dunes and whatnot are now a flat plain, and they are just going to wash out. And down by Halls Creek, I remember Arlene had a project, and Pete and I went down there, and she was doing these little plantings, and they were needing beach nourishment sand. I mean, the place is like, the whole Halls Creek estuary. And I mean, if this is a 10-year plan, I just wondered, is there any potential to be able to, if there's, if you will, extra sand? There are places that could seriously, in our town, need some, I want to call it dune building. I don't know if that's even an appropriate thing to recommend, but you know, and when Long Beach goes, there's going to be hell to pay. Same with Hall Creek. The storms are just coming, and so there's sand. I just wondered, is there some mechanism to look at that? I don't know. Where they're now disposing here, might there be a variant? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out.
I can address that, and that's a very good point. So under state law, because it's a public project, we have to utilize the material on public spaces. So there has to be public access. It either needs to be town owned or publicly owned, or there needs to be public access easements over the properties. So the areas that have been identified are either town owned or the town owns public access easements over the proproperties that comply with Chapter 91 requirements. So we can't just take material and put it anywhere on any private property just because, you know, it may be eroding. We would have to secure a public access easement in order to do that. And then it would have to be reviewed. Certainly if someone was willing to provide a public access easement and there was a need in it and it was cost effective for us, it would be something we would be happy to review. You know, certainly it would have to be permitted. But that's how we landed on the locations we did, is it was ultimately town-owned locations or we had easements over them.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, just thank you.
Hey, Tom.
So Griffin, can I just one quick question, Griffin?
Yes.
So saying is that if there is a private property want to get this fish nourishments from this project, they have to apply through the town, right? And then they get you okay, and then get the permit and all this stuff, correct?
No, ultimately what would have to happen is we would, first of all, the town would need to have a public access easement over the nourishment site.
Right.
In order to comply with Chapter 91, and then we would need to amend the permit in order to make it an identified nourishment site. So it would need to be reviewed for a number of regulatory purposes.
Okay.
I'll add to that quickly that I have asked this question of the Army Corps too. You know what that mechanism is. It is just really sampling and then an amendment to the suitability determination on their end, as long as the material's above high tide line. If it's in their jurisdiction.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
Yes, Tom. A question for Griffin. I'm maybe a little confused on this. Although 10 years is certainly a long time, I'm having a struggle trying to figure out with the short window from the end of October to January 15th, how this 19 different areas are going to be dredged at arguably the most difficult time of the year, weather-wise, holiday-wise, et cetera. How is this all going to happen? Is it a one-shot dredge? Is it a two-shot? What is? I'm not following that plan at all.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So it's a tough reality of the dredging world. Is these time of year restrictions come into play, and there's a narrow dredge season. And then to compound that, here on Cape, everybody's kind of jockeying for the services of the county dredge, and they only have 2 dredges. So there are some coordination realities and logistical realities to being able to undertake the work. Now, it's entirely possible not all 19 of these channels will be dredged during the 10 years. What we're looking to do here is we're looking to have the flexibility to dredge any of these channels as we continue to monitor them, and perhaps they silt in within the frequency that they're anticipated to. So we have identified the frequencies by which these channels all need to be dredged. Frankly, all of them based on the historical frequencies will need to be dredged within this time frame, but we work with the Harbor Master's office to identify what the priorities are, because certainly there's limited funding as well. And so it's possible that not all 19 will be dredged within this time frame due to logistical or financial implications, but this basically gives us the opportunity to pick and choose as to what the biggest priorities are.
That's why I kind of asking for an overall schedule.
Yeah.
Yes, so you may not have a chance to dredge every single 19 one. Okay, so
Yeah.
That's just a reality in terms because you have to live with the budget.
Correct.
Any other questions from the commissioner? Any public comments? Channel 18.
Seeing none.
None? Let me try this and see how it goes. Could I have a motion to approve these projects with the following conditions? One, provide an overall dredging schedule, and the schedule can be adjusted depending on the budgets availabilities. And second, notify the harbor master and natural resource and the conservation divisions at least 2 weeks prior to the dredging and have a pre-construction meeting on that one. And then the last one is to provide a bathymetric survey after 1 year of the dredging of the certain channels. Of each channel, sorry.
So moved.
Tom, did you want that pre and post bathymetric?
Oh, sorry, yes, pre and post. So Angela, second.
I'd like to ask a question, Tom, but let's see if there's a second, and then I have a quick question, please.
Anyone second?
I'll second.
Okay, John.
Yeah, well, normally we get a certificate of compliance, so they would not have to ask for a certificate of compliance for each project, or in 12 years from now, or how was that going to work?
Ed, you want to do it?
Yeah, I think
Put you on edge. Go ahead.
No, I don't. No, I don't want to answer it. It's going to be after the projects are done. So, right, not individual projects. It'll be there after the 10 years. So
after the 10,
typically how it's issued.
We won't see this again or certificate of compliance or anything until, well, it's 10 years from now, which
but we will see every time they get ready to do a dredging, they will have to, we will get notified. So it's not like now that you're signing off on it tonight and you're never going to hear or see ever again. They will come to us every time they're getting ready to do that dredging.
Us, the commission, or us, the staff?
They would alert the staff, harbor master, and natural resources all would get notification that they were going to do the work.
But the
commission would not do it another review. Correct.
Thank you.
John, do you want to be notified too from the commission?
I'm really struggling. I just, we've never confronted anything like this. It has, but we've never confronted anything. We have a dredge project. There's a time limit. Sometimes we'll give an extension, a second 3-year period of time. And then there's always a compliance review and a certificate of compliance is filed, and if it didn't comply, it comes back, et cetera. This one, I mean, we, the commission, are literally saying, okay, go do it for 10 years because it makes sense economically from the town's point of view, but we will not see this again in probably most of our lifetimes.
If I may, we'd be happy to include a condition that included an annual update or a biannual update or something like that to the commission, so the commission can maintain visibility as to what's going on. Certainly, I don't know if that strikes the itch of a compliance review necessarily, but we would be happy to come in with briefings on anticipated projects if that helps.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say, maybe that's a good suggestion. If, like Sandy Neck comes in once a year and we get a review by Nina, maybe we ought to add a condition that there will be an annual review with projects completed, results of those projects, and anticipated projects within the next year, something like that. And that would be.
Can I say something, John? Because I think something is being missed here, and maybe I'm the one not getting it. This is so clear on what has been done in the past and where we are now in 2021. it's really, to me, saying that not all these places were dredged in 10 years. So 10 years from now, we will get another one of these that would be updated with all the reports. And maybe only 7 places were dredged in all of that time.
Yeah.
And that's what I see this as, a starting point of how we are keeping a collective book of all this information. This book has the history of everything, things I'd never seen before, things that I couldn't have pulled out if we were doing this one NOI, one dredging at a time. This pulls everything in town into 4 sections, 9 beach kind of sites and 19 nourishment kind of sites. And it really does a nice job of compiling the data and everything to this point. And I think what we should do is give it a try. And 10 years from now, if we say, hey, we ended up with too many dredging projects and we were out of control, whatever, we could adjust it. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be less things that are actually in here done over the next 10 years. And that's how I see moving forward from this. Go ahead, Bill.
But Angela, here's what I'm thinking. Here is what I'm hearing, because one, we're getting old. I'm not going to see the next 10 years like so. The NOI stuff from this one for sure. I mean, so I mean, I totally understand where John comes from with Griffin's suggestion. With Griffin's suggestions to add, the annual report coming back and tell us the projects, the status of the project, which sections are dredged and which section will be dredged, and that kind of information keeping the conservation commissions aware of what's going on,
updated on what they're doing. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Tom,
Bill.
Tom, was there not a suggestion that there would be bathymetric surveys after? Didn't you say that? And that it's done like the year after?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So therefore, it's being done right after the project. Why are we not going to be getting an, if you will, annual report with a bathymetric survey that shows what they did?
We will, on whatever they do out of here, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that. I mean, that's follow up. And if it turns out that the bathymetric survey shows that things have gone hooey, you can cry foul. I mean, I feel like we would see what's going on over year after year. Things are progressing nicely. They have a plan, we're saving money, and we're trying to get it done right. And we're able to monitor how they're doing.
That's why I think the suggestion of an annual
correct
back to the commission, meeting with the commission, an annual report going through completed projects, which would have bathymetric studies.
Right. With a bathymetric, that's all we need, really.
That's why I think that's a very good suggestion. Would add that to the conditions.
So just to flesh, can I flesh that out for a second?
Yeah.
So just to understand what the expectation of that would be, are you suggesting an annual report, or I was more suggesting we actually show up to a hearing and just provide a briefing as to what has occurred in the last year and what we're anticipating will occur in the next year? Because I heard the concern about you guys not seeing us again.
Be a bathymetric survey. We would present that.
And that's a proposed condition of every project already.
Yeah.
Right.
Part of the annual, yes, come before, Mike, I'm jumping in.
Yeah, go ahead.
You appear before the commission once a year.
Yep.
And you give us the detailed results of completed projects, including bathymetric study, and then some forecast for the upcoming year where you're going with this thing.
Great.
So once a year, just like we do, Bill, with Peter with Sandy Neck.
I'm good with that.
I am too.
I think Griffin's good with that. I mean,
yeah. No, I mean, it sounds totally logical to me, and I'd be happy to spend some time with you guys each year.
So with that, I just want to follow Charlie's suggestion. Is who's seconds? We have to remove that and redo that. We add that on. Do we?
Who seconded the motion?
Maybe me.
Bill.
I don't know.
Bill.
No, Bill did. Bill seconded it.
I'll withdraw.
All right, we're retracting it and go ahead.
Where retract.
So with that, I want to add one more condition as to, DPW to come to provide an annual, to meet with us, to tell us what the annual update on the dredging projects and the bathymetric survey and what is the future plan for the next year dredging project stuff.
That would include data, right?
Yeah.
Data with map and whatnot from the, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
moved.
do that.
Whoop.
I do
I'll
have a
second
question.
it.
Okay, before we vote, question.
Yeah.
So if we are not happy with an annual review of a particular project, what's our recourse?
Question.
Are they just there to inform us, or do we have any regulatory power on this? Because we've already said you continue this for 10 years. I think we are abdicating any kind of responsibility for guidance if we disagree.
Well, Pete, they have a detailed accounting of where they're going to dredge, and to look at those maps, they look like the same. I mean, I've been only on the board here for like, what, 4 years or something, and we've done dredging, and it looks like the same old suspects. Yeah, we're going in, around, blah, blah. They're basically describing where they're going to be going. And
but I think
if they're not doing it, then they would be, in effect, not doing what they said they were going to do. Or there was some, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think Pete's asking a good question. If they come in and let's say they, the bathymetric study, they went 10 feet too deep or something. Pete's saying, okay, where's our enforcement power under that? If all it is just information back to us, that right, Peter? That's your question.
Exactly. That is exactly my question. I'm reaching out to my lawyer friend there to help me.
I don't know.
If I remember right, from the past bathymetric survey, before and in the post survey stuff, usually they are pretty good. Once in a while, they may over dredge, a couple of feet, 3 feet, something like that. The boundary wise, that's how that's how I remember it, if I remember right.
But we have certificates of compliance, and we have that we can decide on that.
Exactly right, Peter.
Yeah, Tom, can I ask an important question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do we have to go 10 years? Why not go 5 years or something in our lifetime that you people that we're all talking about? Why does it have to be 10 years?
I assume the town picked that, right?
Yeah, the town picked it. Oh,
yeah, that's the extent of that the mechanism allows us to go for. I mean, we're not allowed to go any longer than 10 years.
Right. Ed, what do you think? Ed,
I think, this is actually a standard. I realize it's a big reach for the commission because it's something new, and anytime you do something new, you certainly have legitimate concerns for it. So I respect all of those concerns. As far as you're going to be getting annual reports from engineering about any of the projects that were done. It would be like any other project. If you did any other kind of dredging project and you realize that they are now outside of your conditions, that's an enforceable thing. That's an enforcement issue. You would take measures to bring them back into compliance, whatever that may be. Again, it depends on what the problem is. So there are mechanisms there in order for them. So if they're not listening up, or if they're not living up to the conditions of the permit, then again, you have an enforcement opportunity there, and they can be brought back into compliance. I think it's an excellent idea to have the annual reports. It will give, I think, a little bit more comfort to you in order to understand what is going on, what's being dredged, and what were the aspects. We have pre and post bathymetric surveys that are being offered as part of the order of conditions as well. So again, that will provide that data that you have that is going to be vital to making your decisions. Again, we do get that notification then as well. So it's not like we're just saying goodbye, see you later, and see you in 10 years, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. So I think those are all legitimate and very useful conditions that we've added onto it. You know, I think it's certainly one of those things that, again, if you spend the time going through that entire 400-page application, I think Angela is correct. There are a lot of really good and useful charts and graphics there that will help you understand what they're doing. And again, it's that those are the things that you would be holding against them when they do the when they come back for the annual report. If it changed from what was in that report, or excuse me, in this application, then again you would have enforceable action there that you could take if you needed to. So I think it's a well crafted order, and again I understand that it's 10 years is a long time, but it has worked successfully in other towns throughout southeastern Massachusetts. I'm here living proof to show you that it actually does work. So that's all I have.
So to answer Jeff's questions, is there any appetite for 5 years, or is that an option or not?
That's really not a road I would want to go down. And the reason for that is this effort has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars to get to this point. And to redo it again in 5 years would be another hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to go do all the suitability determinations and all the permit. I mean, prepare that 400-page document plus the 900 pages of appendices and everything like that. So we did this with the expectation, with the hope that we would get a 10-year permit due to the efforts that we put into this. And it's really an investment by the community in order to ultimately save money. So our objective would be to secure a 10-year permit.
Thank you, Griffin. So I make that revised, amended motions with all those conditions. Do I have to say it again, or can we take a vote on this?
I'd like to vote. Are we all set, commissioners?
Sure.
So I make the motion with the amended condition that we just talked about.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Oh, God.
Tangney, aye, yes. Sampu,
Yeah, okay, yes.
Lee,
Yes. Aye.
Kashulik,
Yes.
Hearn,
Aye.
Abadili.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, Griffin. Thank you, James.
Yeah, thank you all for your time and thank you for your support. We look forward to seeing you in a year to talk about this.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Have a great night.
Good night. Channel 18, we're taking a 5-minute break.
Oh, man.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We have 4 continuous tonight. Thinking tonight's a long night, and I think we're all getting tired. But let's go through the last 4 here. Randolph and Barbara Noel to demolish existing dwelling and construct a new dwelling with all associated premises and swim spa at 34 Short Beach Road, Centerville, as shown at the Assessors Map 206 Parcel 041. This is a continuance from March the 11th without testimony. So every commissioner is on the quorum tonight. John.
Good evening, John O'Day from Sullivan Engineering Consulting, representing the applicant. Also here with me this evening is Jimmy Bowes, who's acting as a owner's agent. I know it's late, but he would like to just spend a couple minutes giving some background on the applicants and the property, and then I will walk you through the plans as quickly as I can.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, good evening. How you doing? You guys still awake? All right, so this is a property that is unique in that I first started being my involvement in this in 2013 when the original owner, Ned Gillette, was trying to take the little ranch and turn it into a cape. And that was just as the DCPC was being written, and they had a moratorium because this house is located right next to the house that is the tower with the flat roof that caused the whole ruckus that became the DCPC. So the Noels are neighbors. They live across the street from this house. And, again, they are my 5th set of customers, not including Mr. Gillette, which would be a total of 6. That have been trying to do something on this property. And when you go and do the DCPC, which I know has got nothing to do with you guys, everybody is like, yeah, we understand it, we're gonna do it, but then they find out they can't do this and they can't do that, and they're paying a fortune for the property and they want to increase the size of it, and they're restricted to a 25% increase in the size. And in order to get that, you have to save the house, and i.e. lift it up in the air and take the foundation out and put a new foundation into FEMA's guidelines. And I've been involved in this so much that the FEMA guideline has gone up 3 feet since, at least 2, since the first time we've been doing this. And so when Mr. Gillette went through this process, not once or twice, but 3 times, and got denied and was told that his 2,200 square foot cape was a McMansion, he blew up and he just said, okay, forget it. And he let the house rot, and he let the front yard and the sides and everything grow up to the gutter height. And everyone in the neighborhood was beside themselves, and they were calling the town, they were calling Elizabeth Jenkins, they were calling 3 different building inspectors, and it went on and on and on. And something happened, and he finally agreed to, okay, I'll cut things down, but that's it. And then he tried to sell the property. And like I say, just before the Noels purchased this, I had another lady that was going through the whole thing, and they realized how much money they have to spend and how little they can get for it. Right at the end, they kick off. So I told the Noels, I want no part of this, but they're such nice people. And they told me why they want to do it. It was basically to save the neighborhood because this house is falling down. For instance, there's a tree that grows in the front window through the glass into the ceiling and out the roof. And, to try to save that house, it's got 2x6 floor joists. It's got 2x4 rafters. And so in order to add 25%, you've got to save a piece of junk. And so I convinced the Noels, if you want me to help you with this, we're not adding any square footage. So, you're going to spend almost $1 million for this property to start renovating it for another $1 million of whatever it is going to be. And the quickest, easiest way to do it is to take it down and build a new one and not add 1 bit of square footage to the house. So they agreed to do that. And I was kind of shocked, but I want to read an email that one of the reasons they are doing this is his wife has got a degenerative back problem and she swims. And that's the only thing that she can do to keep her back okay. And 3 years ago, he just sent me this. So So the reason for the pool is the following. Barbara is immune compromised. 4 years ago, she contracted Legionnaire's disease from a public swimming pool, and from the disease, she almost died. She has to swim, but she will not swim in public pools. So that's why they bought the house, and also, to be honest, to upgrade the neighborhood, and they look at this house out the front door of their house. So they couldn't be nicer. We got a house that, you know, you have to take down. And when you take it down, the elevation on the property is about, John can confirm this, but it's around 5.5. And we got, the first floor has to be up at 15. So, you know, we have to build this house up, you know, just like the house that they don't like next door, in order to get it in compliance with FEMA. And while you're doing all of this, you then have to build stone walls around it so you can get in and out of the house, because you've got to mitigate almost 10 feet of height from the driveway to the first floor. And, you know, the property again is only, I think it's 19 feet from the street, and we have to move it back a foot, or no, I guess we're not going to move it back a foot. We're going to the Board of Appeals to not do that. So the real bottom line is we're not increasing the footprint beyond what's already there. We have to raise it up. And like right now, if you are in the house, you know, there isn't even a deck. You walk out onto this little ratty step and you're on the lawn. But, you know, when you have to put that up 11 feet in the air, you have to have a deck, and you have to have two means of regress, you know, the front and the back. And so the front yard is going to be built up by containing stone walls around, and then rolling fill up as high as we can, and then building a front porch deck off, and then putting, you know, staving underneath that. So you kind of mitigate the ugliness of all of this. And then in the back, we got to have a deck with steps down to the grade. So I said, you know, the thing with the pool is going to be very difficult, because everything, including the house, is in the 50. So, you know, you need a lap pool. Is 5 feet enough? Is 4 feet enough? So we settle on a 5 foot wide by 40 foot pool, which is attached to the back of the house. And I would say a little more than a third of it is underneath the deck. So, you know, that portion isn't going to be counted twice, you know, in space that's being covered in the 50 foot setback. And I understand all the rules and the typing and you know, you guys have had to do on the 50 foot. And these people are just caught between a rock and a hard place, because there's no place to go. And then you have to raise the house 10 feet, and you got to get in and out of it. So they agreed to put a garage underneath the house that has no driveway to it, but just for storage. And in the back, they wanted to attach that, you know, 40 foot by 5 foot lap pool right to the house. And again, as crazy as it may sound to you guys, when you're going over the little bridge from downtown Centerville to Craigle Beach, and you look at the back of this house, it's like the third or fourth house in, and it's right to the right of the big tower house. And when you have to make a ranch go up 10 or 11 feet before you get to the first floor, and then the house gets rebuilt, you know, it's ugly on the back. So this pool being put at 5 feet up gives us a chance to have a reason for that stone wall to kind of mitigate half of that distance from 5 to 10.5 or 5 to 15, a 10.5 foot up, you know, uptick. So we feel like we're doing everything we can to make this thing look as good as we can and aesthetic as we can, and leave as much of the opening for people driving down can still see the river. There's so many different things. We're going through DCPC, we're going through Board of Appeals, we're going through Historic, we're going through you guys, and we've been pretty much successful with everyone, and here we are. So I just wanted you to know that it isn't just, hey, these are rich people that want a pool. This is a lady that needs a pool, and she can't go into a public thing, and they're willing to make it 5 feet wide. And that, I think, says a lot to the fact that they're not looking for some beautiful thing. She's using it for her own physical, you know, needs. So I wanted you guys to know that before John goes into his spiel.
Before we go to John, Jimmy, when you read out that letter, do you mind to send us a copy of that so that we have it in the file
Copy of?
the letter you just read?
Oh, sure, yeah,
About
yeah.
homeowner, why, his wife need the swimming and that sort of thing.
1000%, yeah.
Okay, John.
So just quickly to walk through the site, we are on Shore Beach Road along the north side, abutting the Centerville River. There is a fringe of salt marsh, and about 2/3 of the place has a little 3-foot high coastal bank. Existing dwelling is shown. We are within the 50-foot buffer for a good bulk of the existing building. The entire property is within the 100-foot buffer. We, as was walked through, or if you went there or happened to look on the assessors, you can see that this house is basically been abandoned and is beyond repair, and this is really the only solution. We are adjusting its location very minimally. We are reducing the footprint of the building on the ground, actually, because this sort of back 2 feet is cantilevered. So we end up being about 30 square feet less building. We're really not getting any substantially closer to the resources with the structure. And as Jimmy, so when we're talking about the square footages, we've provided our buffer zone calculations. When we're talking about these increases in square footages within the buffer zone, really that is about getting, for the most part, up and down to this floor, which is going to be elevated about 8 feet above where the existing is because of the flood zone regulations. What's being rebuilt is still a 1-story structure. We're not trying to, there's no additional house square footage, there's no additional bedrooms. So, what we hopefully have here is it is a small and it's a difficult site. We need to pick it up. We need to get in and out of it. And we're offering the mitigation required for that increase in square footage. And it's a substantial amount of mitigation. There's, the edge of lawn is currently basically the top of the coastal bank. And we're going to end up with a nice buffer zone around the 3 sides of this building. We do have sewer coming to this area in the near future. And so one of the aspects of this project would be requesting permission to install a tight tank until it gets here so that we don't have any septic nutrients going into the river. I think we've got our roof drains, a limit of work set up around us to contain ourselves all within existing lawn currently. I think with that, we're here to answer any questions of how we've come to the design we have, and just we've highlighted all along that the swim spa is difficult for the commission, can be. I would just say that in terms of that footprint of what's not underneath deck and what's not underneath the house, it's 100 square feet is that total number. And we think that they've kept it as small and literally as tight to a building and away from the resources as we possibly can. So we're here.
Thank you, John. One thing I just want to mention, and when you're talking about the permitting for the tight tank, that's under the Board of Health jurisdictions. So even if we approve this plan, it does not mean that we approve it. You still have to go to the Board of Health for the tight tank permit. Questions from the commissioner? Angela.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry for the plight of the homeowner. This is a very small postage stamp of a property with a house that definitely needs to be knocked down. Has anyone thought of putting the patio and the pool on the roof? Since you already have to go up like all the houses around, why isn't the pool and the patio at the very top, since you're going up anyways and avoiding all of that in the 50?
Well, that goes into the DCPC and you're not allowed to touch the roof. So when you go in to replace these buildings, you can fool with 50% of the roof, but we're going in for a demolition and rebuild, which is not the same. If in order to do what you want me to do, I have to save the building, raise it up, take the foundation out underneath it, put a new one in, and then I have a 1950s house that's built so far from today's code, it's a joke. I mean, literally 2x6 floor joists that now would be 2x12s, 2x6 rafters that now have to be 2x10, ceiling joists that are 2x4s and on 2 feet on center. I mean, it's really not a good building. And I literally cannot do what you want me to do unless I save that building, which is just not a good idea. And then also, the reason the whole DCPC is the house right next door to it, like the height restrictions for a house in the town of Barnstable is 31 feet to the highest plate, which the highest plate is your highest gutter line. So the people next door said, okay, well, I'm going to do a 3-story house. I'm going to make it 31 feet high, and I'm not going to put a roof on it. It's just going to be flat. And that's what caused the furor, and that's what made everything change. So they want me to do a flat roof on this house, like, they would shoot me first. Just, they wouldn't allow it.
Thank you, Jimmy. Bill?
Well, it is an increased hardscape of 412 feet in the 0 to 50. Much of the house is already in the 0 to 50. There's not much of a lawn. I mean, it's really close to the water's edge even. And it's being expanded with a swim spa. And I understand what you said about the need of the woman to have a swim spa, but she doesn't have it now. I'm not sure what she's doing now about swimming. But I guess the idea of having, deck and patio and swim spa as additional hardscape creeping up into the 0 to 50, which has already been very much built upon already, is hard for me to approve. I mean, I know this is a 1948 house, and it's grandfathered, and it was way before the Wetlands Protection Act or when anyone was even considering the effects of working in a 0 to 50. But that doesn't mean that you can expand into the 0 to 50 now just because you're there. And I guess I just have a hard time with it for this project. I'm concerned. Thank you.
Can I respond to that as well?
Sure, go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, I don't want to keep harping on it, but like when you, and I'm assuming you guys have, when you drive up to this property, there's a little house, and then the entire property is lawn. So when you say we're creeping, I get it, but I don't get it, because what we're doing is we have to have 2 means of egress out of the house. So you can't ask someone to say, open up your slider and fall 11 feet to your death. So there's a deck. And we tucked a third of the pool under the deck. And, then we tucked the pool as tight as we could to the house. And then we said, okay, well, every single piece of lawn, you can have it. We'll mitigate the whole thing with whatever shrubs you want. And John has certainly eschewed your, what you guys are going to be saying tonight right from the get-go. And I said, well, we can only ask, and we can only try to do the right thing here. And we have a history of doing the right thing. And this is what we're trying to do here. And we'll disturb the absolute least amount of that property as we can. And we'll give you whatever you want for mitigation and still be able to get in the house. He's not looking to, creep beyond this ever. And he also has a dock next door. The last 5 people wanted a dock on this property. We're not looking for a dock, and he would say, I'd never would look for a dock. He'd even put that in writing.
Could I just ask one other question?
Sure, go ahead, Bill.
I visited the site, and yeah, it is like super dilapidated. It's a ghost house, and the door was hanging open. I was going to knock on the door. Well, I'm here. It's like, oh, there's no one here for sure. But I mean, if there's such a need for housing, and you have a house and it's got a footprint and it's there, even if it was like a little tiny house, would that not, on its existing footprint without the deck, the patio, the swim thing, wouldn't that have some, if you will, value? Maybe it might not be as grand as the properties next to it, but it would be, you could build a house there. It would be a very small house. It is now.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing.
Why can't you just tear it down and just put up a new one, just like the one that is there, only 2
Well,
stories?
that's exactly what we're doing.
It's gonna be 1 story. We're putting back a 1 story, but that 1 story has to be up in the air 8 feet because of the flood zone.
Yeah, but mine is the deck in the back and the pool. Anyhow, thank you.
We're trying our best, Bill. That's all I can tell you. It's not an easy site.
No, the site is kind of tight and very constrained in terms of the square footage, and most of the lot itself is already in the 50. That is the issues. Any other questions from the commissioner?
Yes, Tom.
Jeff?
Yeah, just confirmation in regards to Bill's question about the spa and the patio leaking into the extending further into the 50. Without the pool and without the spa and the patio, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're suggesting that the drop will be 8 to 10 plus feet, and as you're coming across the bridge from South Main Street heading towards Craigville Beach, that as you look at that big, tall, not so pretty house to the right, that you're going to be looking at an 8 to 10 foot wall, like kind on the rear elevation right here as you're driving across that bridge. Is that what you're
10 foot wall?
A 10 foot
Yes,
wall.
the grade is 6, and the top of foundation will be 14. So, and 8
Yeah,
plus.
the first floor is at 15.
Okay.
Yeah, the fifth floor is 15, and the retaining wall in facing the Short Beach Road, the top of the wall is 10 feet.
And that's what we kind of tried to do on the both sides of it, is to break that wall up.
Half.
I mean, we don't want to build 8-foot landscape walls around the house, but finding some middle ground.
Yeah. Yes. Bill, were you suggesting that they build a like-kind house at the same elevation or up at the 10-foot elevation?
I guess I was just talking about trying to stay within the footprint of the existing house and not expanding towards the water in the 0 to 50.
Well, I don't think they are. I mean, outside of the spa and the patio, I don't think they are.
Exactly right. That's my point. The spa and the patio.
Right. But like when you call the patio is a deck, and that deck again is 8 feet in the air. So you gotta get from that deck down. Whether we have a pool or not, I still need a deck, and I still need to get to the ground. That's code, so people can have 2 means of egress. And the house, when you say stay within it, it's only 24 feet deep. So it's a very small house, and we're not increasing the size of the house at all. Period.
On the plan, it says patio on the right side and proposed deck on the left. Is there?
So the deck on the left side will be up at the floor elevation.
At 15?
At 15.
Which is about 8 feet off the ground. Is that what I'm hearing? More or less?
Yep.
Yeah.
And what's underneath it? Is there grass under?
Patio underneath that at the elevation 10. So kind of, again, breaking the visual of the back of the building from
The patio is so you can get in and out of the pool. And it's also going to be a stone wall that mitigates the ugliness of the 10-foot height. So it'll be a 5-foot stone wall to a patio that has a 5-foot pool in it. And, that patio that's, what John, is that 4 feet wide?
The whole thing was 10 and was 1 foot. Yeah, basically like a 4 foot.
So, I mean, I guess we could make the patio 3 feet wide, but it becomes, dangerous.
But what is underneath the deck? And
So that the patio extend the patio and the spa are running the length of the building underneath. So there's a dashed line indicating that those continue underneath the deck.
Yeah, that's the patio area. But besides that, what is underneath the deck, outside
Nothing.
of the patio area? Is that grass, crushed stone, and what?
That can be whatever you want it to be. They don't care about it.
Yeah, underneath here, it's if we could get plantings to grow underneath it, it's fine. We kept the access way going the other direction.
Yeah, it's the north side of the property, I believe, too. So that's probably unlikely. Stone, just simple stone would be sufficient there. I would.
Yep. And deck, plants probably wouldn't grow under the deck, but
Yeah.
we can certainly get them partially under the deck and then do stone. So they're not looking to be unreasonable. They just need to work.
What is the area underneath the stairway going down there? Is that a concrete?
No, that's a wooden deck. That could be
Wooden deck, and then there's like a landing midpoint where you could step onto the patio, and then wooden stairs extending down from that. So,
What's underneath it? Is it? It looks like a concrete pad or something, isn't it?
It'll be a wooden stairs, and you can put more stone underneath the stairs, so that all can be stone under there.
Yeah, nothing under the stairs.
Yeah.
What is that open area that you're showing with the drainage? That is, what is that? What kind of surface is that? Crushed stone, or what?
Under the drainage
in that area, right open area
over here.
Yeah.
That was just for a roof drainage, so this would sort of remain a Cape Cod lawn that there would be garage doors over here that they could use as winter storage or whatever.
Okay. Thinking about Bill's comment, I'm wondering whether there is any option of moving the stair to the side of to the other side of the house, coming back down from the deck, would make it shorter. Would that better or not?
Well, that staircase leads you down so you can get from the deck to the pool. So if you put it on the other side, when you get there, the deck is only 4 feet above the pool. So if you were to come down the stairs, you'd have to bend over in half to get into the pool. So it's, I was even saying, we could stop the stairs at the patio where the platform is, and then, use grade down and have stepping stones down. Whatever works, we're okay with. It's just, we think that that's probably the least obtrusive way. We don't have to mess with the ground. We bring the stairs down, we put stone underneath it. It goes along the side of the stone wall that is containing the pool and 4 foot of patio. And, we put staging underneath that, or we don't. And, it's just open underneath.
Pete.
Yeah, I'm seeing this as a pretty modest request, and I'm, while I don't like seeing encroachment into the 50, I don't see any other option. I mean, either this is going to fall into nothingness and just total ruin, or there is a modest rejuvenation of this property being presented to us. I'm certainly not going to quibble with this little bit of deck and a swimming trough to make it livable for the people who want to live there. I'm going to be okay with this, given the limitations that this site offers, and I don't see really any other alternative. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Pete. The site is very tight for sure. Bill?
I would have one other comment. Thank you, Pete, for saying that. How many times have I read this thing about to the extent feasible, blah, 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 out of 7043? I think, would this be the third project or the fourth project? But where it says buffer should be considered only under, 50 being the 50, should be considered only under exceptional limited circumstances. As I hear your words, Pete, I'm sitting there thinking, this house is in big trouble, and it's almost, like you can't do anything with this property. The property is going to end up becoming somebody else's property, and it's just going to be like undeveloped. I mean, and you have a house. So I wonder if this is an example, and I've read this so many times over the last few years, under exceptional limited circumstances. I wonder if this is what that's referring to. And I think what you're suggesting, Pete, is maybe this is.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
And I'm trying to keep an open mind here. I mean, I don't like the whole idea of expanding it, but then again, maybe this is the exception to the rule. And it's not like so many projects we see where, oh, I want to have a deck. It's more like, if you've been to this, Pete, this house is, it's not even a dump. I mean, it's a condemned building, basically. Excuse me, I don't mean to, I shouldn't have said that, but you know what I mean? It's really in terrible.
But it is.
It's beyond a tear down. So it's like, nah, maybe this is the exception. So I guess I'm going to be okay with where we're going. Thank you.
Okay. Ed.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would just say offer I think the mitigation area, if you do move to approve this, the mitigation of planting area needs to be beefed up a little bit. I think you could do a little bit better with the planting in the area, but that would if they want to do a revised plan or a revised landscaping plan, that sort of thing, that would be helpful.
That's agreed.
Can we do the revise for the planting plan, revise it for your review and the approval?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. The driveway should be crushed stone as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the existing driveway's paved.
Okay.
Yeah. They want the grade. They want a gravel or a seashell driveway, anyways.
Okay.
They kind of want everything you want. They live across the street. They have the same kind of thing, and they're very respectful people.
Channel 18. Any public comment on this one?
Seeing none.
None. Let me try this and see what happens. Could I have a motion to approve this project with the subject of with the condition of revised mitigation planting for the staff to review and approved, and the driveway should be either crushed stone or crushed shells, seashell stuff, and the annual report for 3 years for the mitigation planting.
Did you mention the improved plantings per?
Yes, so the revised for the planting plan for the
okay.
staff review and
Okay.
approve.
So moved.
Anyone second?
Second.
Roll call.
Abadili,
Noted.
You're muted.
John, unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Hearn,
Hi, I can't believe I was the one to move too.
Kashulik,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Sampu,
Aye.
Tangney, reluctant aye. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Aye.
Working with us on this.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you using your brains and helping us out here. I really appreciate it. We'll do a good job for you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The next one is 160 Peppercorn LLC, additions to the existing building, relocation of the pool equipment, rebuilding existing deck, rebuilding existing pool terrace, installation of a planter, walk, driveways, and motor court at 160 Peppercorn Lane and 0 Peppercorn Lane, contoured as shown on the census map 004, parcel 011 and 013-002. This is a continuance from March 25th. And the, let's see, 25th, I think the quorum is everyone. And yeah, we approved this subject to the waiting of the DEP number. And we received the DEP number as SC3-6258. Could I have a motion to close the public hearing and authorize the staff to issue the order conditions?
Excuse me, Tom, but one of the things was that you wanted some revised dimensions on there, didn't you? Plan dimensions? Wasn't that part of your request?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was. Dimensions, revised the plan for showing the dimensions of the additions, top and bottom wall elevations, which they have provided.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Ed.
Yeah, and then they removed the pickleball court and stuff like that too, right? Oh, sorry, not the other one. The other one. The next one. Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Tangney, aye. Sampu,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Kashulik,
Aye.
Hearn,
Aye.
Abadili.
Aye.
That's unanimous, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next one is CNF Messy was as to construct a pool house, patio, and walkways to attached additions and garage at 251 Green Dome Drive, Sanderville, shown on the census map 245 parcel 033. And this is a continuance from March 25th. And the quorum is everyone. Louise is not here, so we are in. Jose.
Good evening, members of the board. For the record, Jose Picharo, engineering manager, Greensill Environmental, representing the applicant. For our last meeting, we did not have a DP file number, and the meeting had to be continued 2 days. Meeting, and at the same time, we used the opportunity to make some minor changes that were requested by the board and the public, and make an effort so you can understand all the changes. I made those that they print at, and I'm gonna work it with the changes were. First,
Can you share the revised plan?
Permit?
Can you share the revised plan?
Oh, I'm not sharing it yet. Okay, yep. Well, I can do that.
There's a revised plan dated March 26th because we're asking the engineer to remove the pier because it's a separate applications and remove the pickleball court and
Okay.
extra dimensions.
Can you see that now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna work the changes there. So the first change was to remove the pickleball court from the area. You can see it has been removed. And as well as associated in installation system. At dimensions of the system. Observation 30 by 7.75 feet. The pool house 24 feet by 22 feet. We also asked us to provide a superfish patio, and that is 1,820.8 feet for the patio and the walkway, 890 feet and the cup. 80.1 square feet for the patio, walkway, and a by 9 grill area. What are the dimensions for the attached garage? Generally 20 by 22. In addition to that, we received a comment to show a way that was understandable the areas that the proposed landscaping mitigation is going to be. And
We'll say your sound is coming in and out, in and out. It's very difficult to hear.
how is that?
Jose, can you just summarize the changes that we asked for? Were they completed on this revised plan?
Yes, all of the changes were completed. We also submitted the revised calculations for mitigation in the landscape plan stamped by a professional landscape architect. So yes, all of the changes were completed, and a portion of the calculations table was removed from the plans because I was creating some confusion. So that should be now all set. I would like to, for the last 2 minutes of my designated time, to share with the landscape architect so they can make some remarks about the plantings that we are proposing.
I think let's save the time and then let me go to Ed. Ed, you got a chance to review the planting plan?
Yes, I did. Planting plan is a professional landscape plan. I think it's an excellent plan. It'll make everything look very, very nice throughout the entire area. It's a well done plan.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioner? None? Channel 18, any public comment on this?
Seeing none.
Could I have a motion to approve this project with the revised plan date March 26 and with the conditions of the annual report for 3 years?
So moved. Second.
Roll call.
Abadili.
Aye.
Hearn.
Aye.
Kashulik.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Sampu.
Aye.
Tangney, aye. That's unanimous, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, good luck. The last one is the Bluefield LLC to permit a proposed seasonal ram and float at 571 Old Post Road, contoured as shown as assessed maps 054 parcel 018. This is a continuance from February the 18th and March 25th. And we take this application under the advisement on the 25th. And we'll come back tonight to talk about that, our finding, and we'll take a final vote on this. So this project is closed for, public comment and so forth. So over the weekend, I kind of draft up the findings and for the commissioner, send for the commissioner to review. And basically is, I just wanted to point out before, we have a discussion and talk about how we want to do this stuff is, when we look at this, we have to look at this application under the current Concon regulations and so forth. And so we have to think that in mind, because this is a seasonal pier. And in the past, I don't remember we have reject any seasonal pier or put any issues with that because it's supposed to be less environmental problem with the seasonal pier with a non-motorized dinghy, especially. So, and then we have to kind of take a look at that. Let the commissioner have a kind of a discussions mentioned on this. Angela?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I'll try to make it quick. A project which may otherwise comply with our regs and guidelines may be denied where its cumulative effect would result in an adverse impact upon the protected resource area. It is clear to me that our mandate is to avoid and minimize impact, and I do not think that burden of proof was proven in order to do this in this project. That is my feeling on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. John?
Yeah, I've got a lot to say about this. I've done a lot of thinking, and I'm really struggling with this thing. You've got a dock proposal that it's within a zoned area. In fact, that was Amy's comment at the last meeting, that how could you approve this because of the zoning ordinance? Well, as we all know, we have no authority under zoning to approve, disapprove, or do anything else with it. It's strictly under the Wetlands Protection Act. So, you know, the chances of this dock ever being approved or built is pretty low. It's already been turned down by zoning once. I strongly suspect, though, don't know, that it would be turned down again. So I doubt this dock is ever going to be built. But the issue, that's not the issue before us. The issue is, does it comply with our regulations? I'd like to address some specific comments that came out of the last meeting. Bill, you said something about, well, you were concerned with the hedge that was going to be in there. Right now, that boat is tied on a stick. What happens, Bill, with that, and it's out further than the dock would be, it's in a higher value area than where the dock would end up. The problem with that is, and we've seen this in moorings, these boats tend to swing around. They not only go up and down with tides, they swing around. That is far worse than if it's secured to a dock where it goes only up and down, it doesn't swing. I think the impact would be far less by doing that. Angela, you mentioned, you know, and Lala said, well, oh, geez, someday, you know, somebody could come in and gonna put a motorized craft there. I don't think it's proper in any sense of the matter to say, well, I know the current people are okay, but someday it may be sold. And if it's someday sold, somebody might come in and violate it, even though the sign's there in perpetuity. We have enforcement for that. I think to assume guilt of somebody in the future is not something that I have a great deal of trouble with. Peter, you talked about, you know, we've never taken away a dock. The fact is, Pete, in our time, you and me, we have had enforcement orders because the Barnstable Harbor Master, and they go out 2, 3, 4 times a day, they go past my house, has reported a violation. And we have, in fact, enforced that and issued an enforcement order. Never in our time, Peter, have we seen somebody come back with multiple infractions of that same rule. I can assure you that if we saw that, if we had where there was a homeowner who violated this on an ongoing basis, refused to comply with an enforcement order, I, amongst others, would probably vote to say, then the dock comes out. But that's never been before us. I think, as I thought about this thing, Jeff, you're one of the new guys on this. Well, Peter and I are the old guys, I guess. When I first joined us many years ago, we had multiple cases filed against, or appealed to the district court from commission decisions about these kinds of things. A majority of those, the courts found that we were acting arbitrary and capricious because commissioners just said, well, we don't like it, or maybe the shellfish or whatever, without rational reasons. It took a lot of effort on a lot of commissioners, with the help of Bob Smith, who then was town council, with Ruth Weil, who helped after that, and David Houghton, and we came up with regulation. The purpose of that regulation was to give, not just to give clarity to applicants as to what we expected, but to make sure that the commission's decisions were in fact consistent. And yes, we do it site specific. But the fact is, if you look at this area, 1, it clearly complies with the regulation. 2, there are multiple docks just like this, Angela, that have improved over time. This one is not going to affect cumulative impact in that area. It isn't. And I really get concerned that if we deny this, given the fact that it so complies with our regulations, given the fact that, by the way, Bill, if you look at the shellfish study, that where the dock's going to end up, what did he say? The substrate for mean low water is densely packed gravel and stone, et cetera, et cetera. From an environmental point of view, I think it would be better there than swinging around on the tie-off pile. I really do think, and I struggle with this because I've been around so long, because I helped write those regulations, Peter, as did you, because I've seen us go from acting inconsistently in the early years to saying, okay, we've got our regulations, we're going to enforce it. we're gonna enforce that regulation, and that's gonna offer consistency to applicants and help when they file. The attorney for the applicant here, Mr. Lawler, who I see is on, said, you know, if commission's going to issue a regulation and then not follow it itself, what does that say? To me, if we deny this under the wetlands protection laws, and by the way, the state is a lot easier than ours, so we're looking really under the ordinance. If we deny this, it is, in my opinion, the very definition of arbitrary and capricious. Thank you, as Peter would say, thank you for listening. I'm done.
No, thank you for mentioning that about our regulations. There is a purpose of writing the regulations, and we kind of need to look at it and map very carefully. Bill?
Yeah, I'm glad that we have those regulations. And under 703-5, it says, moreover, the commission will consider the impact of both existing docks and future docks with pending applications in determining the cumulative effects upon the protected resource areas. And as we have been dealing with docks over the past few years, I've looked at that cumulative impacts thing, and it's such a subjective thing. There's lots of docks. When does it reach a cumulative impact? And yet here we're in a place in Katuitt Bay where the town has said no more docks, there's too many. And so therefore it becomes, isn't this a place where, never mind that we're, we're not tampering per se with the zoning, and yeah, they have to get a permit or whatever from them, but we have to consider cumulative impacts. And don't we consider that the town itself has said, there's too many docks, cumulative impacts. And on top of that, we end up having the Shellfish Committee chairman come in and say, no, we don't want this. It is too many. You've got to, I think he said something to the effect that, we need to be caring for our recreational and commercial shellfishing people. And they're having to deal with harvest around the docks. The town shellfish warden, Amy Croteau, regardless of whether she's, concerned about what it's going to overturn a zoning ordinance or get an exception or whatever the heck, she's trying to protect the resource. She sees that this is a dock that's bad. So you end up having our town resource people, our shellfish committee. We know that there are cumulative impacts there. It just seems like 703-5 is I want to call it a near bulletproof reason why we should be, saying this is not a good idea. And in terms of a draft of the denial, Tom, the harbor staff said, and you didn't include that does not approve the project, parcels located in a designated mooring field, parcels located next to a commercial entity with higher than average vessel traffic. So the harbor master staff is also going, are we listening to them? Are we listening to the cumulative effects? There is, I just feel like this seems like a project for which we really should not be approving it. And by the way, I don't think that the denial draft has any reference to the Shellfish Committee in their opposition, which is a relevant point if you're having to defend this in court. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Pete?
Yep, thank you. Actually, I'm unmuted. I think, Mr. Abadili, John, we often say site specific, and in this case, that's what's most important in my assessment. A 10 out of 10. I do think, Tom, that we should include on your findings, your findings in support of a negative determination here. I think you should be including those two things that my previous two commissioners have brought up. But in a site-specific basis, this is shallower than what was originally thought it to be. It's in a 10 out of 10. We have had strong statements from individuals within our town, the shellfish biologist, the waterways fellow. This is a spot where even a temporary seasonal dock would have a negative effect on the resource. So I, for one, think that it should not be allowed. Thank you.
To answer your question about adding Harbor Master's comment, I kind of, when I was looking at this over the weekend, and I kind of paying attention in terms of the timing wise, because this email that came in after we closed the docking on this one, you know, that's why I did not really including the comment specifically, because we closed the file for under the advisement. That's the only reasons. So,
Fair enough.
Any other comment from Jeff?
Yes, John, could you re-enlighten us a little bit on your comments about where does arbitrary and capricious truly come into play in this particular matter, with all the information presented to date?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, Jeff. I mean, just as you probably know, even on the short term, that these decisions under the town ordinance are appealable to the district court. The decision under the state law is appealable to Mass DEP. They will approve this dock willy-nilly because they have very few restrictions in dock. The town bylaw and ordinances and the regulations are more strict than the state, which allows us to operate under those town bylaws. The standard that the court uses when they review a commission decision is it arbitrary and capricious? That's the two key words. And they look at consistency. They look at the specific reasons given. The reason we drafted or put into effect that regulation was to offer not just the applicants or the people that come before us some understanding of what the rules are, but also to help the commissioners look at this thing again on a site-specific basis and say, does this fall within our regulations? Clearly, it falls within our regulations. Now, you can argue, as Bill and Angela did, cumulative impact, but the fact is you look at the other docks in this area, this is the one that isn't going to break the back of anybody. I mean, if it was a cumulative impact one, it sure would have been done a bunch of years ago. This area has a fair amount of these docks. If you look at the shellfish study, that we relied on and that we say, oh, well, the expert said it's not good in the shellfish committee. The fact of the matter is the applicant's shellfish study said where this dock ends up is horrible. It's not a shellfish, it's not suitable for shellfish. And that's where these non-motorized crafts would be located. So I look at this thing and I say, God, if I was a judge sitting in a court and I looked at all of this and I said, wait a minute, this is what the commission's done. They've approved all these other docks. It meets the regulation that this commission put into effect right down. No variances requested. How could they deny this one? I think it would really be a stretch. One more comment and then I'll start talking, Jeff. Again, I've been around a long time on this thing, and I go back to those early days when the commissioners kind of, biologist doesn't like it, so we're going to turn it down, and that was the end of it. I spent a lot of time talking to Ed, who obviously, as the division head, shouldn't be commenting on this, Ed, and I wouldn't ask you to comment it because I don't want to put you in that position.
Thank you.
But, we talked to Ed, we talked about consistency, and we talked about what should happen here. And are we going back to those early days, or are we going to follow the regulations that we wrote and said you must follow? So that's where I'm coming from.
Well, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but are you alluding to the fact, because I think the big mistake that I just heard through this whole conversation in the meeting, was it last week, was the fact that somebody said that there's too many of these docks, therefore we can't have any more. Is that truly what the arbitrary and capricious that you're driving at with a comment like that?
If the reason given, if the primary reason given is, well, it's cumulative impact, then the court's going to look at that, say, and, you know, given the docks, and you look at the drawings and see the docks that are on the left and right of it, you can understand why the zoning ordinance was put into effect. But can you take from that an argument under our regulation that says cumulative impact? That's a very, very, very difficult argument to make. Very, very difficult. And when the counter argument is, and Attorney Law just said it, you know, if you guys read a regulation and we followed it and you say, but you still can't have it, a court's going to have a lot of trouble with it. Again, he may never, even if this is denied, chances are that dock's never going to be built because zoning already turned it down once. I can't imagine they wouldn't turn it down again, but that's not our decision, obviously. So to take that risk here, given the history of where we came from to where I hope we are today, I have so much trouble denying this one. But thank you for that.
Yeah, John, I hear you. I hear you.
Pete?
No, my hand's supposed to be down. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Bill?
I just believe that a cumulative effect is real, and we have great difficulty establishing when are there too many. And when the town has already said there are too many docks and they have banned additional docks, I guess I would take my chances in court over that. I mean, I think that, I mean, I just feel like when, and John, you say, well, the applicant's biologist says this, but I hear the chairman of the Shellfish Committee and a senior person within the natural resources group that's involved with shellfish protection saying just the opposite. I mean, to me, it's just like, I'll take my chances in court over that. I mean, I don't think you'd end up with a arbitrary and capricious. I mean, I think that there's a sound reason for turning it down. Thank you.
The only comment I just want to make, though, is the Shellfish Committee's comment and so forth is the advisory level. And then we have to take our own regulation, look at that under that kind of a framework. Because right now, the only difference is like, you know, if you think about it in the past, you know, when did we have a chance to when did we reject a seasonal dock with a non-motorized vessels? I don't remember that. And this kind of things is kind of difficult in trying to say, yeah, we're denying because of accumulative effect stuff, but could be. But then the thing, though, when you think about it, all the piers in that location has been built before the relay area has been established. So it came after. So we have to kind of think about the timing and all that stuff. Angela.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I just wanted to say two quick things. When you know better, do better. And I'm still remembering the first class I took at the Massachusetts Conservation Commission. One of the first things they taught us as new commissioners was our mandate to avoid and minimize impact. And that is what I am basing this on, just on this project alone. And when I look at what they mean by cumulative effects, I'm talking about what this project will do to that area. And that's how I'm basing my decision. And that, I believe, like Bill says, will hold up in a court of law. It comes right out of our regs that's what we are mandated to do by the state. Thank you.
I think we have talked enough on this one. which one should I go with? Well, let me try this, and then we'll see what happens. I would go. Let me try with the approval finding stuff, and then depending on what your vote is. So the commissions find the following: the proposed seasonal pier, the NOI-SA 3-6245 is filed under the local regulation, Chapter 703, adopted by the commission under Town of Barnstable's ordinance, Chapter 7237, with an effective date of October 26, 2004, and the latest revision of these regulations with an effective date of February 20th, 2018. The use of the proposed seasonal pier will be for non-motorized vessels such as kayaks or a small sailboat. 2, the commission reviewed all pier proposals on a site-specific basis as stated in Chapter 703-5C. 3, the Conservation Commission find the proposed pier is located in an area rated 10 CB3 on the shellfish rating map dated December 20th, 2011, which is published on the Conservation Division's websites. The shellfish rating is between 0 and 10, with 10 being the highest. This is a shellfish resource and habitat area mapped for Contuit Bay area as determined by the Shellfish Committee and adopted by the Conservation Commission. As a long-standing practice, the Conservation Commission has considered a rating of 6 and higher as a high significant shellfish area. The current version is dated December 20th, 2011 as posted on the Conservation Division websites. 4, the Conservation Commission find that the most cases seasonal piers presents less impact to the resource of their seasonal nature, and because they can be constructed entirely with environmental benign material. Accordingly, the assumptions set forth herein may be more easily overcome by this type of constructions, as stated in Chapter 703-5, presumption of the adverse effect, burden-proof cumulative impact. The Conservation Commission find that the flow stops at 12 inches above the substrate, shall avoid any impact on the substrate during the low water level. The Conservation Commission does not have a draft requirement for non-motorized vessel with seasonal pier. And the last one is the applicant mentioned the health-related season to justify applying for the use of the seasonal pier and is willing to remove the old outboard post under the DA-11011 as part of the conditions. In conclusions, the Barnstable Conservation Commission approved the seasonal pier subjects to compliance and its regulations and the removal of an existing outboard post DA-11011 under the State and Wetland Protection Act and local ordinances and regulations, Chapter 703. Remind you, if we are denying it, we have to prove it under the state and deny under the local. Those are the conditions. So let's go with this one and see how it goes. So I'll make a move on this finding.
So I guess I'll make the motion. Is that what you want, or a second?
Yeah.
Whatever you want. Make the motion.
I'll second it. Roll call.
Abadili,
Aye.
Hearn,
No.
Kachulik,
Aye.
Lee,
Aye.
Sampu,
You're muted, Pete.
Muted. No.
Tangney, no.
So basically, it's a tie, so it's a denial. So
It could be the same way the other way.
so basically, we have to approve it to the state. Do we need to take a vote? I mean, it's a denial, but we have to approve it under the State Wetland Protection Act, but deny under the local ordinances and regulations, Chapter 703.
And
two separate votes.
What?
I think maybe you need two separate votes, one in the state law and one under town law.
Yeah.
Correct.
And Tom, would you not need the other set of findings that you wrote also read then?
Okay, let me read that.
I'm done. Good night, all. I think it's so bad that, to me, it's devastating. It's going back to where I started 20 years ago with this commission. So,
John, for the record, I'd ask you to stay.
fine.
What does that mean? John, ask to stay.
I'm sorry?
Ask to stay.
Under state law, you're going to approve this because they don't have the restrictions that exist under the bylaws?
No.
John, for the record, I would ask that you, please ask you to stay and vote.
Fine.
Thank you.
John, what does that mean?
What?
What does that mean? Stay.
I was, go ahead, just keep going. I'm here.
Let me see. Let me read the finding for the denial, and then I'll mention it. The commission find the following: the proposed seasonal pier NOI, the SE 3-6245 is filed under the local regulations, Chapter 703, adopted by the commission under the Town of Barnstable Ordinances 237. Chapter 237, with the effective date of October 26, 2004, and the latest revision of these regulations within the effective date of February 20th, 2018. The use of the proposed seasonal pier will be for non-motorized vessels such as kayak and a small sailboat. Second, the commission review all piers proposal on a site-specific basis, as stated under the Chapter 703-5C. The commission find that all the reference to the protection of shellfish as set forth on the ordinances, including the protection of shellfish habitat as defined in Chapter 703. The Conservation Commission find the proposed pier is located in the area rated 10 CB3 on the shellfish rating map dated December 20th, 2011, which is published on the Conservation Division's website. The shellfish rating is between 0 and 10, with 10 being the highest. This is the shellfish resource habitat area mapped for Contoured Bay area, or as determined by the Shellfish Committee and adopted by the Conservation Commission. As a long-standing practice, the Conservation Commission consider the rating of a 6 as higher in significant shellfish area. The current version is dated December 20th, 2011, as posted on the Conservation Division website. The Conservation Commission has relied historically with the confidence on opinions from the town biologists with regard to the site-specific review and recommendations. In this case, the town biologist, Elizabeth Lewis, mentioned that the 30 minutes before the low tide on a minus 0.1 foot tide, almost your average mean low water, the flow will have only between 6 and 9 inches if water beneath it. Taking this into the considerations, half of all low tides will have less water than that. It is a relief that the flow stop are considered as part of the plan, but it seems unnecessary to have a pier and a flow at all for such a little water. One would still have to walk out of the end of the float to put even a kayak, defeating the purpose of a pier altogether. Even with a seasonal pier, the cost of the environment and shellfish habitat is too high to have any structure in place. The town biologist does not support this project. Based on the NOI application, the initial engineering plan showed that the survey or the sounding information dated February 17 and March 3rd, 2017. The engineer submitted the latest survey and sounding information dated March 20, 2025, the latest data show that the current water depth is approximately 6 inches less than what they indicate from the previous engineering plan dated January 25th, 2025. The engineer believes this is more consistent with the natural resource observations. Based on the revised plan date March 20th, 2025, the existing overhaul is about 46.5 feet from the mean low water, or about 19.4 feet from the end of the proposed floats. The town of Barnstable's local ordinance, chapter 237-13, define the cumulative effects activity regulates under this chapter, which may be individually minor, but when considered in relations to the past, present, and future activity in a given area, may be significant in aggregates. The Barnstable Conservation Commission find that this project, if approved, may have a cumulative effect in the area with high significant shellfish area. In conclusion, the Barnstable Conservation Commission find that a seasonal pier for non-motorized vessels in these locations with low water depths could result in negative effects on the shellfish and shellfish habitat. The applicant could use its existing outboard boats to access the boat. The commission find that the applicant did not provide sufficient evidence to justify a seasonal pier for non-motorized use. The commission must deny the applicant's request for a seasonal pier under the local ordinances and regulation chapter 703, but approve it under the state wetland protection act, which contains only the minimum statewide standard and less restrictive than the local ordinances and regulations. That's
so moved.
Could I ask a question, Tom?
Yeah.
I made the point earlier that you made no reference to the opposition by the Shellfish chairman of the Shellfish Committee, who had presented testimony as well. Might that not be, if we were to deny it, it would be a useful bit of information that might be included? I mean,
okay, we can amend it to ask the comment from the Shellfish Committee that, what is the exact language on that one? That they're not supporting this project.
They did not support it because of the effects to recreational and commercial shellfishing. I mean, I remember him saying something to that effect.
Okay.
I mean,
so amend it with that.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Tangney, aye. Sampu,
Aye.
Hearn,
aye.
Lee,
No.
Shulik,
No.
Abadili.
No.
Where does that leave you?
Hold on. What? I'm sorry. I just need to ask. But so you were voting on the amendment first. Is that correct? Because you should be doing, if you are denying under the local bylaw but approving under the state, you should have two separate votes. One for the state, one for the bylaw.
Okay.
Good point. Yeah, we didn't do that right.
So at first I thought you were voting for the amendment.
So okay, let's do that again. So we add the amendments with the Shellfish Committee's comment that they are not supporting this project because of the recreational shellfish and commercial shellfish in the area. And so we'll make a motions to approve it under the State Wetland Protection Act.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Tangney, aye. Sampu,
Aye.
Kashulik,
Aye.
Hearn,
Aye.
Abadili,
Aye.
and Lee.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
With that, could I have a motion to deny this project under the local ordinances and regulations, Chapter 703?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Tagny, aye. Sampu,
Aye.
Hearn,
Aye.
Kashulik,
No.
Lee,
No.
and Abadili.
No.
So it's not. So it's a 3-3, and it's not in denial. So we are not. We are not denying.
Not approve the denial, correct.
What do? Bring in Louise as a
No.
person? No.
Oh, I want to thank, I know, win or lose, I'd like to thank all of you. I know you're volunteers, and I appreciate your time. It's almost 11 o'clock at night, and thank you very much. I also, because the vote's already taken place, I actually sent a letter in to clarify something I said last meeting, which you couldn't look at beforehand, but based upon the ruling of the chair, which I understand, but take a peek at it. I just wanted to clarify something, but it's kind of, well, it's not moot, but I just wanted to have you look at that. Have a good night now.
So before we finish, Ed or John, what does that mean? We are not approving it. We are not denying it. So what are we?
A tie vote, the motion does not pass.
Right.
So the motion was to deny.
Wrong motion.
That was the motion, correct?
Right.
The second motion, yeah, after
That was the second one. The first time we rejected adopting it.
We approved, right.
We did not approve adopting.
3-3.
We denied approval, we denied denial. That's what we've done.
So you should, yes, I'm sorry, you should have actually moved to approve under the local bylaw. It would have been a tie, and it would be a denial then.
But we did.
The motion does not.
That's what we did. The first thing we did was reject the approval.
We did that the first time.
On the first time. That was what we did the first time. That was the first vote.
Except that it wasn't done separately under the state law and the bylaw.
Correct.
And that's what Ed is saying. The two separate votes, the state and then the bylaw. And that is correct in my opinion. That says you vote, the motion is to approve the doc under the bylaw. The vote is 3-4, 3 against, which constitutes a rejection, and therefore the motion fails.
There you go. Thank you, John.
So we didn't need the last vote that we just did was not relevant.
No, you need to redo it because you should have made the motion to approve under the bylaw.
Okay, let's do it again.
Oh, come on. Jeez.
We did. We approved under the bylaw.
We done with the state. We done with the state, right?
We're done with the state.
So
the state is fine.
So
you need to approve. You need to make a motion to approve the project under the bylaw, and take your vote.
Could I have a motion?
3-3 that constitutes. It's not a positive vote. Therefore, the motion is denied.
We've already done it.
No,
we have
not the
no.
law.
You need to do that.
You got to do it separately under state and bylaw, and we didn't do that.
We did the state one right now, so I'm going to come back and do the local one. Could I have a motion to approve this project under the local ordinances and regulations, Chapter 703?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Tagny, no. Nay. Sampu,
Nay.
Hearn,
No.
Kashulik,
Yes.
Abadili,
Yes.
Lee.
Yes. So we're denying the projects.
3-3, it does not pass.
Right.
I gotta tell you, Peter, never mind.
We can respectfully disagree.
Yeah, I'm just, never mind. We'll talk privately.
Well, it's very late, almost 10:30, 10:53 right now. It's almost 11. Could I have a the next meeting is April the 15th at 3:00. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Abedili. Hearn.
Yeah, yes.
Schulich.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Sampu.
Aye.
Tangney, it passes. Time is 10:54.
They also enjoyed dining on ground-dwelling insects,